Special financing and lease and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/30/24.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
It's time. It is that time. Time for Stiles and Watkins.
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140. Find us on YouTube at Sacktown Sports 1140.
It's time for Alan Stiles and Chris Watkins.
Yes. On a Monday, Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. If you are a fan of the Niners, I'm sorry. If you are a fan of the Raiders, I'm really sorry. If you are a fan of the Vikings, like when Chris Watkins, the good times roll on. And if you need something to make you feel better about your L, if your team was not able to get it done, or if your team plays tonight and they're not able to get it done, Rob Schneider returns to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs. And, of course, Sacktown Sports wants you in the building. Hit up the Full Lake Honda hotline at 1 p.m., and we will give away those tickets at Hard Rock Live. For more information, visit sacktownsports.com. So maybe Rob could put a smile on your face if your team did not. And, Chris, obviously we are in the midst of week 3. It comes to a close tonight with a doubleheader that we can't stand as far as NFL doubleheaders. But first and foremost, how are you doing? Yes, during Crosstalk, we talked about our golf extravaganza. Yes. And then I hung out with Nate a little bit later at the Thunder Showdown. I did have a full day. How
Hopefully
are you doing?
You got paid.
No. Well, no. We had opportunities.
Did you come out positive? We had a lot of opportunities on Saturday, and they were all squandered.
I had a lot of opportunities all day.
Swim got paid back here.
Yeah. But I mean, that's what I'm talking.
We all
what's a couple bucks here or there? I want to leave with it all.
It's about the experience, right? It's about the friends you made along the way,
and we made a lot.
Yeah,
we made a lot. Then we had some Raising Cane's at 2 a.m.
Oh. Okay.
There you go.
Well, I told you guys were going to get home late. No one wanted to believe me.
That's right.
No, I had a great Saturday. Yeah, it was a good time. Perfect weather out there, and had a really great weekend. Really can't think of a single negative thing that went down for me this weekend. Got the big win in Minnesota for the Vikings. So yeah, I'm excited. We got a lot to talk about with the Niners and the Raiders losing this weekend. Yeah. So excited to get into it all and hear how, especially Niner fans, not just Nate. We don't want to just pick on Nate today.
No.
I want to hear what Niner fans are thinking. Are they worried? Are they concerned? Did you see this coming, or is this just a little bit of a speed bump in the road? And I think that there's an argument to make that get these bad losses out the way early, and maybe you can pick yourself up by the end of the season and try and get this thing back on track.
Couple surprises, and by the way, thanks to Carmichael Dave for explaining to Chris and I what a scramble is. Now, wow. I had no clue what a scramble was. I've only been playing golf for over a decade. So, as somebody on the text line was bringing up a scramble, so we were talking about that during the crosstalk. And speaking of scrambling, yeah, the Niners they are scrambling for answers now, Chris. And you know what's crazy? Wasn't it just 2 weeks ago where we were having conversations, and not just us on this show? You had Trent Williams mentioning it. You had other Niners media mentioning it, saying that this team was more talented than last season's team. And I get it. You are missing a bunch of guys, right? You're missing Debo.
100%.
You're missing Kittle. You're missing CMC. We get all that. But the defense, that's a completely different conversation. We have a lot of fun with Steve Wilks on the show because he was used as a scapegoat last season, and maybe some of it was his fault. But what are we talking about here, Chris? By the way, the bottom line is when you're talking about who the Niners were missing, the Rams, they were missing guys too. So you had Tutu Atwell, who was their leader with 93 yards. They're missing Cooper Kupp. They're missing Puka Nacua. So to me, it felt like a bit of a draw. Definitely. In that sense.
Yeah.
Because they were already missing Higbee, so you could throw that in for the George Kittle piece. So you're up 10 points in the fourth quarter, and you find a way to trick that off.
Yeah.
And everybody is saying that Brock Purdy played really, really well, and he did. Did he play perfectly? No. Okay. And Brandon Ayuk, we're still looking for Brandon Ayuk. All right. Now to me, Brandon Ayuk, we're going to have a legitimate conversation about whether he might be the third receiver on this team this season. After what Jawan Jennings did, Jawan Jennings putting up 3 touchdowns, over 150 yards. The stat line that he put up, Chris, hasn't been done since 1995 with Jerry Rice.
Crazy.
Okay. And you get all that. So basically, to me, when you get 292 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks for Brock Purdy, you get 77 yards from Jordan Mason, which is pretty darn good. I know his line prop talk was set at about 95, but 77 yards, they knew the run was coming, but they did not see Jawan Jennings, 11 receptions, 175 yards, 3 touchdowns. To me, the conversation isn't about who you're missing, because those 2 dudes, they basically supplemented for what you were missing, or pretty dang close. It doesn't matter who you did not have if you're up 10 points in the fourth and you're not able to figure it out. So I think it's a terrible look for everyone involved. Kyle Shanahan, he's got to wear that as well. Ronnie Bell, somebody said, well, Ronnie Bell, Kyle Shanahan chose to play Ronnie Bell. Where's Jacob Cowing? Where's some of these other guys? Sure. Ronnie Bell, the dude's got the yips, and we're going to talk about Ronnie Bell. Some people want him cut right now. They didn't want to let him on the plane, Chris. What was that meme with the Jets from back in the day where he can't get into the
Jamal Adams
can't get in.
Facility.
That's how they wanted to do Ronnie Bell. The guy cannot his hands, it just looks off. He's got some version of the catching yips. Look, I've been there myself for baseball, and it's tough to overcome. But Ronnie Bell, you can't give him any more. You just can't afford it. You cannot afford it. But just a ridiculously embarrassing game for the Niners, for a team that you come in, it's a home game. We're going to talk about LA and whether they have an NFL problem, because the way the Niner fans, it looked like about 80% Niner fans, Chris. It was more red than anything else. And you get in there, you get the lead. Brock plays well. Jordan Mason plays well. Jawan Jennings plays well. Your special teams, you can't figure it out. At the end of the game, you let the Rams get dang near to halfway down the field, okay, and you end up blowing a situation that you had no business blowing. Then people want to talk about, Chris, the Brandon Ayuk, the last play, Brandon Ayuk getting blown up at the end on the fumble Rooski play. Will you stop it? Have some integrity. Have some pride. They blew the game. Just hold the L and move on. All right, I'm done.
Okay, where do you want me to go with that?
Anywhere you want.
There was about 5 different launch points there. I thought Jawan Jennings was great. To me, the problem with that game has nothing to do with the offense. Like, the offense did their job. They scored 24 points. What, do they literally have to score 30 in order for this team to win? I mean, this defense needs to step up. Looking back at their rankings in defense in terms of yards given up since that 2019 Super Bowl loss, they were second in yards in that year. They were fifth the year after, third the year after that, first in 2022, eighth last year. Right now, they're sitting at 16th in the NFL in yards given up and 23rd in total points given up. That was the secret sauce for the Niners was, hey, there's been a lot of really great offenses out there. We've seen teams that dominate on one side of the ball, the Rams being one of them. It's about getting the thing that made the Niners defense different than all those other teams. The thing that made them individually great and not just a really scary offense was the fact that their defense was also one of the best in the NFL. And that just hasn't been the case this year. I mean, the amount of big plays that the Rams had down the stretch, the amount of, the pass interference call and things like that, it was just very uncharacteristic I shouldn't say uncharacteristic, but that's just something you can't have, especially, again, when you're down the amount of players they are. For the Niners to get 3 offensive touchdowns, that should be enough to win that game. The defense absolutely had to step up with the Rams being as injured as they were, and they just didn't meet the occasion. And, there's a lot of different opportunities for the Niners to take that game. The easiest one being Ronnie Bell just catching that ball. Jake Moody probably doesn't miss that kick if Ronnie Bell puts them in a lot better of a situation. But I just think that this one is more so on the defense because, in my opinion, I mean, Brock Purdy did great. He did everything he needed to be. He answered all the questions that you could possibly have about what he'll look like when he doesn't have his full complement of players out there. I don't think it's on the offense at all. To me, it's on the defense and on just the general lack of attention to detail there. As, the Niners had a ton of penalties, which usually that is not the thing that loses the Niners game. So I thought it was just a very uncharacteristically bad game. And, maybe after stacking up 2 pretty bad losses week after week, maybe this is inflection point for the Niners where they need to look internally and say, look, this thing can go bad really, really quickly. What kind of team are we going to be this year?
After the game, Kyle Shanahan said that Javon Hargrave had a tricep injury. But
he played his best game probably I've seen him play.
A lot of people, though, at the end of the game are getting on him. I don't know if you saw that clip where the effort, everyone's getting on him for the effort thing and saying, you can't have this at the end of the game. So maybe it's injury related. Maybe it's not. But, yeah, he's getting fried. He's getting fried. It was a play with 2 minutes, 42 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And yeah, a lot of people are getting on. He's getting paid $20 million a year, but the bottom line is it was a team L, and they
I see the effort as well.
You see it, yeah, and towards the end of the game, maybe I don't know, maybe he was just gas, who knows? But a lot of people are clipping it. It's unacceptable, and the whole thing was unacceptable. The drops were unacceptable. The opportunities that the Rams got were unacceptable. I mean, this is a game that the Niners they kind of needed to have, right? And the good thing is, we'll talk about the NFC West later in the show. I mean, I still don't really believe in the Seahawks, but if the Niners don't start playing as if they have some sort of urgency, then this could be a problem. And we talk about that urgency at the same way we talk about now, Brent. Now, what is it now? Now, Debo, is a podcast popping this week? I can't wait for the podcast to come out. He had a great view. He was like one of us just watching on the sideline. So I can't wait to see, and I can't wait to see what guest Debo has next as the Niners hold that L. Coming up next, we talk about that urgency, and one of the leaders of the team mentions it. The question is, does this dude need to play better too? We'll tell you who it is and what he had to say when we return. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain.
Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon.
As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too.
Good Feet Youth Arch supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain.
Investing in youth arch supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Khalid, live in concert. See him performing at the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, October 5th. Get tickets now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the sensational Khalid for one night only at the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, October 5th. For more, visit KhalidOfficial.com.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Let me just say this. Later in the show, Chris just proposed something, and I never really thought about it like this as far as Jawan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk and why what Jawan Jennings did shows exactly the reason Chris doesn't think you should have paid Brandon. But we're going to get into that later in the show, and Chris is going to break all of that down. We have Lambert on the line who wants to be a part of the conversation. 916-339-1140. Talk some Niners. What's up, Lambert? You're on Stiles and Watkins. What you got for us?
Well, I'm a true 49er fan, and what I mean by that is I never hear any criticism of George Kittle, and I'm a person that is a huge Brent Jones fan. Mm-hmm. If you are a 49er fan, you know what I mean by Brent Jones. He got it done with two great wide receivers, and you never hear the media or anyone mention George Kittle. I mean, what He had 2 catches for 4 yards in the Super Bowl and an overtime loss. And yesterday, I didn't hear his name at all. So
well, Lambert, he was
that's
injured.
one of the problems.
He was injured. No, thanks for the call. Yeah, he was injured. George Kittle didn't play.
Did not play yesterday.
Did not play. So that's why you didn't hear his name.
Yes.
But no, thanks for the call, Lambert, as we continue the conversation. Niners blow a 10-point lead. Chris, let's play a little bit of blame pie. Okay. You have the defense. You have Sorensen from the coaching angle.
Wait, but can't we just blame Brandon Staley? That's what I've been told that we're supposed to do. Is
that's
just blame Brandon Staley.
You have the offense. You could do the offense by itself. You could put Ronnie Bell in there. You can put Kyle Shanahan in there, and you can put special teams in there. You can put anybody that you want in.
Oof. I think I want to go. Can we put I don't know. I want to put the largest percentage special teams because with the amount of players that we see, and Jake Moody's been great, by the way, after a very shaky start to his career last year. It's your rookie year as a kicker. You're on one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFL. It's a pretty tough, high pressure situation to go in for any kicker, especially a rookie this year. After, the playoff struggles and all that, he's looked solid. Week 1, he was 6 of 6 or whatever he was. Looked like there'd be no problems, but for him to miss that 54-yarder with how kickers are kicking this year, with the besides Justin Tucker apparently, that needs to go in. It just does. That's kind of like as much of a chip shot as it gets in today's NFL. So that needs to go in, and then the punt. That punt coverage. I don't know if you would say Wisnowski outkicked the coverage on that one or what, but they miss one tackle and essentially it ends the game. It puts them at the 30, 40-yard line. And at that point, the game's pretty much over with under a minute to go. So I'd put special teams, 45, 50%, just because those 2 plays directly lead to that game's results being differently. I want to give at least 25% to Ronnie Bell because those 2 drops are absolutely inexcusable. Those are inexcusable. And I texted the group message with both of y'all in it saying Ronnie Bell looked like a DB on that last one.
He was trying to knock it down.
He literally it hit his hands and it just went down into the ground. It was absolutely embarrassing, honestly. If you're a professional wide receiver, it legitimately looked like the Niners ran out of receivers and had to put Diamador Lenore at receiver, and that's what happens when you put a DB on a deep route, and that's completely inexcusable. You just can't have that, especially in that kind of situation. You have all the receivers injured or all your main playmakers injured. You got to step up in moments like that, and that's about as easy as it gets for a Niner victory. You can literally say Ronnie Bell makes that catch, the Niners win probability goes up a significant amount.
Yeah, and this is an opportunity for you, man. Jawan Jennings, he got paid this offseason, right? And he showed up. Not enough. And he showed up in the Super Bowl. Yeah. He's shown up MVP? When Debo or Brandon Ayuk, when they've been out. Yep. And how did he do that? In those situations when those dudes were missing, he stepped up. Ronnie Bell, you should have been seeing dollar signs, brother. This honestly, Chris, that's not specifically just this game, but that's a generational wealth type of day where you can change your life.
Yes. Jawan Jennings might have.
Yes, again.
He's going to get signed this offseason to a significant dollar amount because of this game.
And you were not able to get it done. Here's Kyle Shanahan. The first bit is Kyle Shanahan on the drops, and basically he then gets asked about the rotation of some of these backup guys and how he landed on Ronnie Bell. Here it is.
I'm going to focus on one player, but Ronnie Bell, does he have to make that catch?
Yeah, anybody does. There's other catches in the game that you want people to make, but and you hope it doesn't have to come down to that. But Ronnie will say the same thing. He needs to make that catch, but if he doesn't, then you'd like to be able to overcome it, and you can overcome it in other ways, but we didn't.
I know there are injuries, but we really haven't seen Ronnie Bell make any plays recently. Maybe his whole career. Does he need to be on the field in that situation? Are there other receivers who should have got a chance?
There's 5 in a game. We're rotating a lot of guys in there, and no, he was the guy out there. Chris Conley got that earlier in the game, but those 3 receivers we have up. Ronnie's been having a hell of a camp, had a hell of a week of practicing, but he's got to come down with a catch.
Got to come down with the catch.
It's kind of a crazy question.
Yeah,
should he have even been in the game at that point? It's Dog, we are down.
Yeah.
We're injured like crazy,
you can
and
hear
what, we're just
Kyle.
supposed to like not play
Yeah.
one of our 5 receivers. Like, I will say also this. Like, I'm not a big like let's just kill Kyle Shanahan at every turn and opportunity, but I would like to hear a little bit more fire from that. Like, I don't know. Like, it just kind of makes it sound like oh yeah, it's not that it's fine, but just. Yeah, we got to come up. Like, I think that's an opportunity. Now, we're going to play some Antonio Pierce audio later. Don't know if he needed to go that far on the end of the spectrum, but it kind of feels like I would have liked a little bit more fire, and I think a little bit just more it not sounding like everything's going to be okay. There's just a little bit too much of a relaxed tone, and, I get it. You want your coach to be level-headed, but sometimes, especially when I think you are level-headed all the time, you need to pick and choose what moments to get fiery. And I think that probably, I get it. You don't want to bury your guy when he's probably at his lowest point, but I don't know. It just in general to kind of extrapolate that through the entire press conference, it sounds to me like Kyle kind of has a bit of a relaxed tone, or like, it's let's not make a mountain out of a molehill here. And I kind of think that loss is, a lot of people are calling that the worst loss of the Shanahan era so far.
Well, I'll put it to you like this. And I do typically go at Kyle Shanahan. But in this situation, if you saw Kyle Shanahan, did you see that picture, the screenshot on the sideline?
He was mad on the sideline.
So to me,
for sure.
it's just good parenting, in my opinion. He's not going to do it. There's no reason. The Antonio Pierce situation is a little bit different because we don't even know who he's talking about. This is a very obvious situation. Ronnie had bricks for hands and he dropped the ball. So everybody knows that.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think Kyle needs to come out and say anything in the media. It's all very obvious that Ronnie messed up. He
just sounds more bothered. He sounds like annoyed by these questions. And again, this is only one question I've heard.
Right, but the second question is a question of your decision making.
Yeah, right.
Hey, did he drop the ball? Right. Would Cowing have dropped?
That's
basically, the asking is, would Cowing have dropped that ball?
Yeah. Right? Kyle says nobody should drop that ball.
Everybody's got to make that catch, and he was
no different.
Ronnie is no different, and Ronnie was not able to do so. And Ronnie, it started off so well for him, man.
Yeah.
I think he might be in his head.
Yeah.
And
was that the Giants game last year on Thursday night?
He went off. Big night. Yeah. He went off. I think he had a touchdown in that game, but kind of turns into a pinch hitter situation where you're not gonna have a lot of opportunities. So maybe you're a little bit tighter when you get up to the plate. And hey, man, you got to fight through that. Yeah. Jawan, and you literally have somebody that can talk you through it in Jawan Jennings, who he was that guy. Right there are plenty of guys around the league that basically need to take advantage of these opportunities. And Tutu Atwell on the other side with Puka and Cooper Kupp out. Hey, man, somebody's got to figure it out. And that was a beautiful catch, by the way, on that bomb. Yeah. Because Stafford, I don't know if it was underthrown at all. He put the biscuit in the basket, but Tutu had to adjust, and just great stuff there. Let's hear from one of the captains of this team when we return, and he talks about basically the urgency that Chris wishes that Kyle Shanahan had. Also, somebody says the Niners can't let Brock Purdy go to waste. We're here already in week 3. You're letting Brock Purdy go to waste? Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda. Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? You were a bit surprised at how much it cost, or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Since you probably can't afford your own sports psychologist, Golf Monthly's Fergus Bissett offers 5 golf psychology tips to help you play better. First, stay in the present. If your mind is ahead of you, how can you focus on the shot at hand? Second, every shot is a new challenge. The objective of every shot is to get the ball in the hole in the least amount of strokes. Go do it. 3, the past is the past. Many of us dwell on the past. Not good. Clear your mind and move on to the next shot. 4, never surrender. Some give up on their rounds too quickly. Your fortunes on the course can change with one swing or one decent break. Lastly, stay positive on the greens. If you're having one of those days where the putts don't drop, focus on the positives. If you're putting on your intended line, that's a good thing. Keep it up and they'll begin to fall. And remember, it's a game, so go out there and have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dirks Bentley, Parmalee, Sasha, plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corval, California, Champaign.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota.
Let's go!
Enjoy fall to the fullest with amazing MPG and performance. Fill up less and explore more in a new Toyota. Choose between 16 hybrid and electrified Toyota models, more than any other brand, and rack up the miles with Toyota's class-leading fuel efficiency and reliability. Put more fun in every mile this fall.
Grab the keys, come on, let's go!
Toyota. Let's go places.
Live and local. This is Sacktown Sports.
From the 916, there needs to be more accountability on the 49ers. Defense, the defensive line couldn't keep Williams contained, and the secondary got beat again for a 50-yard bomb like they did in Minnesota. How the heck did that happen with this defense? You let Matthew Stafford go off without his 1 and 2 receivers. Special teams also needs to be held accountable. They didn't play well either. Yeah, everybody could get it. Everybody could get it, 916. It just wasn't there, and they weren't ready to play, right? And now you get a Patriots team. We'll talk about week 4 when we get closer to it down the week here, but you're in a position where you got to figure this thing out, and you got to figure it out quickly. Let's hear from Nick Bosa, one of the captains of this team, on the loss. And he says some things that I think, as much fun as we had with the Debo sound and we've been the best team this in the last 6 years, that I think what Nick Bosa says is a bit telling to what Chris was saying, and how maybe the nonchalantness of this team needs to be checked. Here it is.
Nick, as a captain now, what's your mindset as far as putting this behind you? What do you guys have to do? What does the leadership have to do on this team right now?
I think we have to feel the loss for sure. We can't just move on and act like it's fine. You feel the loss, and you just start stacking week by week. We're not making excuses for any loss, but yeah, we're in a hole now, so we got to dig it out.
So
such a way with words.
Oh, definitely.
Real
sometimes simple is better.
Yes. Well, I will say this: the way he said that, Chris, and why I think it speaks to the urgency is the way he said we got to feel this loss.
Yeah, I really like that.
I do think that for a very long time now, every loss, the accountability to the 916's point. There's been a reason, right?
Yes.
Last season,
an excuse or a reason. Yeah.
An excuse or a reason. Last season, everything was Steve Wilkes, right?
Or
what
hurt.
Yeah. Or what an improbable, right? What an improbable win in Minnesota. The 0 blitz. If it's not for that, they win.
Concussion. Let's not forget. If Brock doesn't throw any interceptions, if it's not for the
that's right.
Not for the concussion.
The concussion. I mean, this thing has been going on for years. Yeah. Right. And last season, was the Browns game when Moody missed that field goal?
Yes,
hey, there are other reasons why you lost that game.
Yeah.
Just like yesterday, Ronnie Bell didn't play well. There's other reasons why you lost that game. So everybody needs to be held accountable because now today it's Ronnie Bell catches the ball. And that's true.
Yeah.
It's true. Just like Saquon with the Eagles last week when they lost. It's true.
Yeah.
But you cannot just throw it in a pile and say nothing else matters because if Ronnie Bell catches it, we win. That's not what champion teams do. That's not what good teams do. And I think that's what Nick Bosa is alluding to. We can't just say Ronnie Bell should have caught it and move on.
Right.
We have to figure out how else, what other reasons are we in this situation? And I think that goes through everybody in the Niners organization. There's just been this, if it wasn't for Mahomes, we'd be Super Bowl champ. And whatever that, you have to figure out a way to get it done. Period.
Yeah, no,
period.
Completely. Because what do we say with the NBA last season when it came to the Kings? Like they had to adjust to, and the Niners have been this for a while, but they are the hunted, right? Every single week. Doesn't matter if they're down. I mean, if they're down, then it's like a wounded animal almost. You see an opportunity to pounce, and I think that's what the Rams did to an extent. But yeah, you have to take every game with attention and care, and I think the Niners really need to take Bosa's advice and live with the loss. Understand that you're a 1-2 football team right now, and you can't carry yourself like you're the team that almost won the Super Bowl last year because that's not going to do you any good right now. If you overlook some of these opponents, and the Niners have a very great opportunity to bounce back and have us forget about all this. Their next 3 games are versus Patriots, versus Cardinals, at Seahawks. That's a really good slate in terms of getting back because after that you have Chiefs, you have Cowboys, you have Buccaneers, you have Seahawks, Packers, Bills, all in a row. That's going to be a really brutal stretch that, with how the Niners are playing right now, you hope that you're above 500 at that point. But with how the Cardinals have played these past couple weeks, you can't overlook these teams. You can't say we're the Niners. We have all of this talent. We're better than the Patriots. We're better than the Cardinals, especially this season. It feels like all of these bad teams, even if you overlook them, if you don't take them seriously, they'll give you a game. And I definitely think that the Niners need to understand that they have to take, like Bosa said, every single week by week, and try and win the week. You can't look forward and say it's fine, we're going to be a playoff team, because at this point, you're at the bottom of the division. You're below the Rams. You don't have that tiebreaker. The Cardinals have put up 82 points this year. They own the tiebreakers. The Niners are at the bottom of the division, and at the top is an undefeated 3-0 team. You've got to take it week by week, and you need to take advantage of all of the weaker opponents that you have, and hope that, against some of the stronger teams down the line, you still are those guys.
Yeah, and the good thing is, like you said, a good opportunity here to kind of cleanse the palate, if you will, on what has happened these last couple weeks, and you can't look back. You can only move forward. It's not as if you're not in a division like the AFC North or the NFC South, if where other teams are balling out, right? And the Bucs finally lost. So even the Saints lost too. But with that being said, nobody is really expecting the Cardinals to do too much. Nobody's really expecting, the Rams, it really depends on when the Rams get healthy again. But nobody is expecting them to do too much. You have opportunities. It's just a matter of whether or not you are going to take advantage of them. As I see something here, Chris, and the tough thing is Brock Purdy has played well, okay? And you have somebody who is balling out right now. But David Lombardi goes on to say this: most games with a QB rating over 100 in the first 25 career starts in NFL history. 1, Patrick Mahomes with 18. 2, Brock Purdy with 16, and he's tied with Kurt Warner at 16. So he goes on to say, David Lombardi, the 49ers have a star at the most important position, the hardest one to find a star at. They cannot continue letting that go to waste. Now I got to stop, David, because I think Brock is playing pretty darn well, okay? I'm not sure if I feel comfortable saying that the Niners need to stop letting Brock Purdy go to waste. I mean, it's this thing where and he played well yesterday, Chris. He did miss Brandon Ayuk,
sure,
right? He missed Brandon Ayuk late, which also could have sealed the game. He did not play perfect. We're not asking him to play perfect, but I don't know if I'm to the point where I want to have conversations about the Niners and this roster letting Brock Purdy go to waste. That seems a little bit extra to me.
Well, maybe if I don't know what he's not clear on what exactly he's referring to, but if he's referring to the contract, they are letting that waste. I mean, he's only on this rookie deal.
Well, that's true.
For the end of this season, and that's the part that they're really going to waste is after this year, you have to actually pay market value for your quarterback, and after that, I mean, we've talked about it endless. I mean, that's really where maybe we see some of these big names really start to fall by the wayside. Javon Hargrave might be one of them. You might be first on that list, but I think that's really the only opportunity that they're wasting with Brock right now, because I mean, if you're reading that as his play, that almost sounds like you would believe that Brock isn't going to continue to play like this. And I just think that we've seen at this point that this is just who Brock is. He is a playmaker. I don't want to call him a gunslinger because he really, I feel like gunslinger implies that you really do put the ball in danger's way a lot. And I it was a lot in his last season, but it hasn't really felt like this season. There's been a ton of times where you say, oh, Brock could have ended that game with 4 or 5 interceptions. I think that in a way they are definitely wasting this golden opportunity that they have from a financial standpoint.
Yes, I think you're right. Just, I don't know if that's how Lombardi means it, but if that is how he means it, you're completely spot on, because yes, you could definitely say that the Niners, you got to a Super Bowl, but you had however long, 3 years, Chris, with Brock Purdy playing at this level. If they don't win the whole thing this season, to your point, yes, you could definitely say that they wasted the rookie contract, right? Yeah. You go on to pay Brock Purdy and you might lose a guy here or there, still would have a pretty darn good roster. I don't think that, oh man, it's just Brock doing this by himself. I mean, losses are losses together and wins are wins together. And in a specific situation like that, I guess the whole idea of wasting is, well, it's not as if they did play poorly yesterday, but they were missing some pretty darn important people. I mean, even Trent Williams was banged up at one point. So
Fred Warner went down yesterday too.
I don't know, man. And last week, we talked about flashbacks of 2020 season after they went to the Super Bowl and it's a long, grueling season to get to. And don't let the Chiefs tell it, because the Chiefs look completely fine. We'll get into them as well and some of their fraudulent numbers, but they look pretty good. They're undefeated. And you have a Niners team who you don't get that W. You got to try to run it back. You were extremely healthy last season. The thought process and the idea that you'd be that healthy 2 seasons in a row, just not going to happen. You played longer than everybody else as well. You just weren't able to come away with the hardware. So, yeah, I think that as far as letting Brock go to waste in general, I don't agree with. But if you're talking about letting Brock's contract go to waste, his rookie deal go to waste, yes, I could definitely get down with that. Well, the Niners weren't the only team to lose yesterday. There were a couple. And by the way, if you have been trying to win some cheddar, good luck, because the spread has been a mess. Underdogs have been really ruining the spread these days. And speaking of the worst loss of the week, that didn't come from the Niners, not in my opinion. I think it came from the black and silver. We'll hear from Antonio Pierce calling out some of the players. And one fan says they can't do it anymore. They leave the nation. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
And a handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10, 5, touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go.
I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dierks Bentley, Harmony, Sasha, plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corbell, California Champaign.
John Legend here. How do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date with a COVID shot this season?
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Ask your healthcare provider and book at VaxAssist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With Progressive, you get more than savings. You get access to us through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
Oh, I see what you're doing here, Jamie. Giving me all these ways to stay in touch so I have no excuse not to. Well, you're in luck, because this guy's in the market for a new BFF.
Actually, all our customers can contact us this way.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
But I am always up for Taco Pizza!
Jigsaw!
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When shopping for a new car, what do you want? A great selection? A low monthly payment? More for your trade? At Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda, you get it all.
Model year-end savings are going on now. It's savings you just can't say no to.
Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
#1 claims based on 2023 total new and Honda certified pre-owned vehicle car sales from American Honda Motor Company sold on report.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
By the way, Jawan Jennings under contract with the Niners through the 2026 season. So he going to be there. That doesn't mean that everybody else will be there, though. That does not mean that everybody else will be there. And he might be one of, I don't know, Chris. I mean, we watched the Super Bowl. He would have been MVP.
I think so.
To maybe the most underrated wide receiver in the league, possibly.
Sure. I mean, I don't see why not. I don't see how you don't, especially after yesterday. It's kind of hard to try and deny that he is somebody who definitely at least deserves more of an opportunity than what he's currently been given. And, you kind of said it during a break. Like I don't know if when everybody is healthy, it's just hard to imagine no matter how well he plays, like how are you going to feature him more when everybody's fully healthy?
Yeah.
I don't think you can.
Yeah. And it's not just the wide receiver. It's still George Kittle. So, these numbers, and that's why prop talk is just a complete nightmare. I mean, our numbers for Niners prop talk have to be so much worse than the Kings. At least with the Kings.
Nate, why do you think he's saying our? He's saying our. He's saying our, like me and Nate hit this weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know what this stuff is.
I'm done with Moody. I'm done.
Well, that was your first time.
And that was my last time.
Okay.
And I'm done.
Trying to bring us into his failures.
Well, I hit last week and you didn't hit.
Why did you? I just, I don't know.
You were the only one that hit last week, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
So, tables turn.
I nailed mine.
Bridges
quick.
burn. You live and learn. And the Raiders are going to have to live and learn from this L that they just picked up, guys, by far. And it goes without saying, the worst loss of the week. And you try to power through. You tried to believe that Antonio Pierce would have the guys ready. And that first drive happened, Chris, and you thought, yep, still the Raiders. That's what we knew had letdown written all over it. You wanted to pick the Panthers. Yeah. I think we all thought maybe.
I'm done giving benefit of the doubt, I'll tell you that.
Hoodwinked.
Yeah.
Bamboozled.
Come on.
It's ridiculous now.
Insane.
And then Antonio Pierce goes on to say this, and I ain't really not sure who he was talking about. I think the NFL investigators on Twitter are trying to figure this out, but Antonio Pierce had this to say after the game.
The team just didn't seem to show up tonight.
No, they didn't. I think as the game went on, I don't think it was a team. I think there was definitely some individuals that made business decisions, and we'll make business decisions going forward as well.
That is very cryptic.
Woo.
That sounds like an effort thing, right? In a similar conversation that we were having about Hargrave and the Niners. But you say someone's making business decisions, so we're going to make business decisions. Is that going to be today? They want to cut Ronnie Bell right now. Is somebody getting cut? What is somebody going to be on riding pine? What is it? Because the whole team, it just was terrible, Chris. That's supposed to be an elite defense, and you got carved up. Okay, Jay Glazer said that 4 teams called for one Bryce Young, and the Panthers rejected those offers. Was that before the game? Because it must have been before the game, because Andy Dalton made that Panthers. They look like, Chris, they look like the Kansas City Chiefs. They looked like the greatest show on turf. It was crazy. And in a game where, like you said, being in Vegas, there's not a lot of games where it's, okay, the Raiders definitely, it's not as bad as LA and the Niners and Rams, but they're definitely games where, the Packers or the Eagles, teams like that, they'll come in and take over. The Panthers not taking over nothing.
No.
They're terrible.
No.
They're
Steph
trash.
was in the building.
Steph was in the building. And you go out there and you just embarrass yourself, man.
Yeah.
Embarrassed. It was just embarrassing.
Completely embarrassing. I mean, I'm upset that we didn't. No, it was a we. We did not just stick with our gut because we knew it. Yeah. We talked about it all week. It was perfectly lining up. The Raiders get this emotional high, this game that they really shouldn't have won in the first place, and or had no business even being in the first place. And then, you play the Panthers, home opener for the Raiders. Panthers make a quarterback change. Feels like they're about as down bad as you're ever going to get. Mm-hmm. And the Raiders are about as feeling good as you're ever going to get. And it's a natural letdown game. And I don't know. This didn't feel like just a schedule loss to me. This to me was no, this is actually who we are. And, the anomaly was the win last week. If we take away the Raiders coming back and, the Ravens almost blew another fourth quarter lead the other day to the Cowboys. So, I'm reading that more as a Ravens problem than a Raiders success. Yeah. They're really close to being 0-3 and with 2 losses to the Chargers, who look better this week, but I don't think they look like world beaters. And then an absolute demolition by the worst team in the NFL. They had no signs. Bryce Young had 84 pass yards last week, and it felt like Andy Dalton had that by the end of the second drive. So it was embarrassing, completely inexcusable. If you are the Raiders, you have to win that game. Just imagine how differently the Raiders are talked about. If they're 2-1 right now, they take care of business at home. I think there's real momentum behind their sails if they get the win. I'm not saying the season's over here, but it just makes me think that the Raiders showed us who they actually are this week.
Yeah. And you have Bryce Young. I mean, out of all the people that are upset in Raider Nation, Bryce Young has to be the most upset.
He's fuming.
Because that made him look crazy.
Yeah. He walked in that Raiders like, what are we doing, guys? Yeah. Come on.
That made him look terrible. And Jay Glazer, I looked, it was at 9-11, Chris. So Jay Glazer, those trade offers did come in before the Raider game, and now those seem to now it's going to be Panthers calling them back.
Hey, sorry.
You still available? You still want Bryce?
I was out of the office. Sorry.
Yeah, because it makes Bryce Young look bad. The only thing I'll say is this: I don't know who the Panthers play next, but I would venture to say that again, as you called it, a Raven
Bengals next.
Yeah, you called it a Ravens problem with giving up the leads. Yeah. I think that what the Panthers did to the Raiders is a Raiders problem.
Sure.
And the Panthers, even though it's a bit of a homecoming for Andy Dalton, I think that the Bengals should take care of business. But if the Bengals do, and we'll see what the Bengals do tonight,
right.
But if the Bengals and the Panthers end up even just being a good game, I guess that can make everybody feel better. Then Bryce Young is officially cooked.
Yeah.
Then he's super cooked. You know what the Raiders are, Chris? Oh, what were you going to say?
Because I'm looking at their schedule. These are their games that they have coming up here. Stop me when you hear a winnable game here. Mm-hmm. The Browns, the Broncos.
That's winnable. Browns winnable.
Yeah, the Browns haven't looked great, but yes, and that one's also going to be in Vegas as well. Versus Browns, at Broncos, who showed some signs of life. Versus the Steelers, at Rams. Versus Chiefs, at Bengals. At Dolphins. Versus Broncos, at Chiefs. At Bucks. Versus Falcons. Versus Jags. At Saints. That's the remainder of the Raiders' schedule.
Look, if they play the way we've seen in one half, if they are able to do that again, I think they got, because obviously that Dolphins game is not, that Dolphins game's nothing now. Yeah. So the Dolphins,
we don't know about that.
And Skylar Thompson. I mean,
that could be Bryce Young.
It could be. Who knows? Who knows? I'm sure there's odds out on it.
What? That's it's November 17th. That's almost a month and a half.
This is from Max Crosby. He says a couple things, but among others, he says it's not the end of the world, but it's a wake up call. It's not the end of the world, but what makes the Raiders need a wake up call? Can you? Why in the world?
Should be wide awake.
You should be wide. You should be wide awake.
Yes.
Like you got a 2-month-old kid.
Here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or just stay asleep.
Yes. Or
just stay asleep. If you're asleep, just stay asleep. It's fine.
Here you go, guys. Fair or foul. This is just a random dude on Twitter. Austin on Twitter. He says, "I'm gonna be honest. #Raider Nation. I can't do this. LOL. It's not good for my health. I'll always be a fan, but the dedication, I just can't anymore. I've seen losing all my life. So I've earned the right to just chill for a while until they're a good team again, if it ever happens."
I respect that man immensely.
You got to know when to call it.
I mean, he's not leaving.
I
think he's probably just more active. He said he's not
take a step back.
Yeah, he's just taking a step. He's reevaluating.
When you dive into the deep end, like I'm sure a couple Raider fans did this year, and say we're all in. This is our year. We're going to surprise some people.
Yeah.
And then you have the roller coaster that it's been already through 3 weeks. I mean, I get it. I get saying, I'm not saying I'm not going to be a fan anymore, but I cannot be emotionally invested. I cannot have my mental health be in the hands of this Raider team every single week. That would be an absolute nightmare. And again, like that schedule leading up at least just leads to more of a roller coaster where I don't even know. Like, yeah, let's say the Raiders beat the Browns this week. I don't know if that brings us any closer to an answer.
No, but I will say these 3 games, this is the whole season, right? because you have to go 2-1. Browns, Broncos, Steelers. You have to.
Yeah.
There's no. It will be a home game for them in LA when they go to LA, that fourth game against the Rams. But the Rams. What I think is it Puka who's out, who's gone, and Cooper might be back, or one of them will be back.
Yeah.
And you just saw a Rams team down that bad beat a Niners defense who's supposed to be even more elite than the Raiders defense, and then you start the Chiefs, the Bengals. So Chris, I don't think it's over. Because you just have to go 2-1 against Browns, Broncos, Steelers. You have to.
Yeah.
You go 0-3, then I promise you, Carmichael Dave will be the happiest person on the show because I just won't talk about him anymore. Because there'll be nothing to talk about. Because you just can't have this type of stuff happen. I really want to see what is going to happen with the whole people were making business decisions. We'll figure out who exactly those players were, I think, as a week progresses, so we'll go from there. Coming up next, Chris Watkins has some stats from Sunday, and we break down what was wild and what just doesn't make any sense at all. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
She used to meet me on the side.
Khalid, live in concert. See him performing at the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, October 5th. Get tickets now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the sensational Khalid for one night only at the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, October 5th. For more, visit KhalidOfficial.com.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
For most of the people that walk in our store, it's been an ongoing, nonstop issue, and they're finally walking into the Good Feet store. Okay, the guy that came into my store last year that has had plantar fasciitis for 30 years. I looked at him, I said, "Are you kidding me? I've been here for 14. Where have you been?" I helped relieve a problem that's plagued him for 30 years. I mean, how do you not go home and talk about that?
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered FlexSteel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Silverado Savings Spectacular now at Maida Chevy with $13,000 off MSRP. Every new Silverado half-ton LTZ in stock after rebates. $12,500 off every Silverado half-ton High Country after rebate. And $11,000 off all new Silverado half-ton RSTs exclusively at Maida Chevy at MaidaChevy.com. Sacramento Silverado headquarters. Whatever Silverado you choose, you'll save thousands at Maida Chevy. Together, let's drive.
Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Must trade in 2010 model year or newer. Ends 9/30/24.
Sponsored by Xfinity Internet. Enjoy ultimate control of your home network. Personalize your Wi-Fi name and password. Assign user profiles, view and control connected devices, and more with the Xfinity Internet app.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your new home for 49ers football in the 916.
Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
11 o'clock on the dot, 1 hour down, 3 more to go, getting you through your Monday, and then it's off to the drive guys. They will take you through the afternoon. At 1 o'clock, last hour of the show, Rob Schneider returns to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs. And of course, Sacktown Sports wants you in the building. Hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline at 1 p.m. and we will give you a chance to win those tickets. Chris Watkins has some interesting stats from Sunday, not just the Niners. We have stats from all over the NFL, and we will break down whether they mean anything or nothing at all. All right, what's up, Chris?
All right, let's start off with the, I was going to say the local teams, but of course Vegas has since moved, so we'll talk about the teams with local interests. How about that? We'll start with the Niners stat. We'll go with we'll go with this Brock Purdy number here. Brock Purdy on Sunday had 3 touchdowns and no interceptions, and the 49ers heading into that game were 81-3. When having a quarterback throw 3 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. The other 3 losses before yesterday, Jeff Garcia 31-28 to the Packers in week 7 in 2000. Jeff Garcia again lost 34-28 to the Raiders in week 6 of 2000. So back-to-back weeks in the year 2000. And then Jim Plunkett lost to the Cowboys 42-35 in week 13 of 1977.
Wow.
So the Niners, again, 81-3 in games in which their quarterback had 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, which again, to me, does lead and point to the defense, that it was not an offensive problem, that the offense, at the very least, whatever, you can say Ronnie Bell catches the ball, you could say Brock didn't have a perfect game, whatever, they executed well enough to win that game, and it feels like, in 81 of 84 opportunities before that, if you have a game like that and your offense is at the least moving to that level, you should be able to win those games, and you should realistically expect to win, and especially when the opponent that you're playing is incredibly damaged like the Rams were yesterday.
Yeah, that's a crazy stat. Not super surprising. When you do what Brock Purdy did and you have that type of defense, you're supposed to take care of business. And especially when Stafford is throwing a 2-2 Atwell and guys that you got to search on the depth chart.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just unacceptable, Chris, for the DBs. And we've really applauded the backfield. A couple years ago, the corners were trash.
Yep.
Okay. And now we've asked the question, are they going to be able to keep Mooney Ward and Diamador Lenore? And these guys are locked down. They're this, they're that. And they didn't look like it last week.
Not even
or the week before. So there have been opportunities for other teams. Look, you have the Patriots coming in with Jacoby Brissett, if it's Jacoby Brissett and or Drake May. These are just more. This was a team that was interested in Brandon Ayuk, and this is a team, if I'm not mistaken, that wanted to pay Brandon Ayuk the most amount of money. That means that they really, 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 really feel like they need a wide receiver. So we'll see if they're able to have a bounce back and move forward from something that just is not typical that we've seen from, even though, Chris, one thing that we don't talk about a lot is the fact that maybe there is, and I know it's the NFL, and when you have a successful team, this thing happens, but we don't talk a lot about how many defensive coordinators the Niners have gone through.
Sure.
I mean, whether they get plucked or whether they just stink, right? Or the Niners feel like they stink. Has not been a lot of cohesion there. I mean, these guys, they're all over Robert Saleh, DeMeco Ryans. You move on from Steve Wilkes, who he was probably the guy who would have stayed a couple years and, not taken a head coaching gig for a while. So now you have Sorensen. So maybe we don't talk enough about the fact that they keep changing these guys, and maybe it's starting to affect just the cohesion of that group.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've tried to make that point for a while now that, it's really, really tough year after year having to learn a new defense, or at least a new signal caller on the defensive end. It's not nothing, especially when you had great defensive coordinators. The odds of you landing, of the next one being just as good as the previous, it gets smaller and smaller every single time. And I talked about it more so in the sense of, you looked at the old Patriots teams with Bill Belichick. They ran out of defensive coordinators to the point where Bill Belichick literally had to hire his son to do exactly what you said, to get a coordinator that just wouldn't go anywhere else.
Right.
And, when that happens, I think you don't sometimes end up getting the best candidate. You're just getting somebody that is going to be here. And obviously people who are going to be there for an extended period of time probably aren't getting looks elsewhere. And so I think, that was kind of the Niners thought process with bringing in Sorensen is, hey, if we bring in this completely green guy, it's going to take at least 2 to 3 years for someone else to feel like, okay, even if this guy's great, let's make sure he's actually like one of these, it's going to take a lot to push him to the front of the line of the hot new coordinators in the NFL. I think that was the thought process, but you're right. Like at some point here, the brain drain gets too much to the point where you can't just continually bring in, oh, hey, here's the next great defensive head coach in the NFL. And, at some point here, you are going to run out, and it feels like 4 coordinators in at this point. That's probably the line.
Yeah, and they're not all going to be hits, right? I mean, and that's what we saw with Wilkes, and I think it's too early to tell on Sorensen, but again, that's why as we joke about Brandon Staley, clearly somebody needs some help.
Yeah.
Somebody needs some help. And, you're stuck in a situation now where I don't think you can move up. It's early in the season, but I do not think you can move off of Sorensen.
No,
you can't. You can't.
You gotta let him figure it out.
You gotta let. I'm saying even at the end of the season, if it doesn't go well, I don't think they can flip into another quarter. I mean, that'd be
Brandon
be
Staley. I mean, yeah, he's already there. If he's gonna fix anything, he can do it from his spot right now. Well, and even Steve Wilkes last year, 8th in yards, 3rd in points. The defense was.
I feel like Kyle Shanahan would be. He likes to have his control of everything. He's a little puppet master. So I think he would. The potential move on from Sorensen and throw Staley into that lead role, because I don't know if Staley
off of Wilkes in a year, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Staley can do everything he wants him to do, or maybe fire Staley. Maybe that's the one. I don't know who's to blame, but defense sucks.
Yeah,
it's a bad team.
And talking about Kyle Shanahan, here's another one. Here's a second stat for you. This is Kyle Shanahan's 5th loss in the regular season or playoffs when leading by 10 points or more in the fourth quarter. Since Shanahan was hired by the 49ers in 2017, only John Harbaugh has blown more double-digit fourth quarter leads with 6. And this kind of does tie in to that number that we read last week, where the Niners are now 3-6 in single possession games dating back to last season. So yet again, I will ask both of you the question. Alan, you first. Kyle Shanahan, does Kyle Shanahan have a close game problem? And is it a bigger problem than even just close games?
Yeah, this one is a tough one because I don't know that this one is on Kyle Shanahan. There have been games in the past where he's blown the 2 possession lead that felt like it was Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Right? This one specifically, it feels less about Kyle Shanahan, but ultimately you're the leader.
Right.
You're
going to get the blame.
So you got to get this blame. And, the bottom line is you still had a more talented team.
Yeah.
You still had a more talented group. And at the end, you did not press the right buttons. Now, you can press a button and sometimes the button don't work, just like Ronnie Bell's hands don't seem to work right now. But you are the person pressing those buttons. So you have to take responsibility. And, I just keep on going back to what Nick Bosa said. This one, you got to figure it out. You got to build it from the ground up right now.
Yeah.
Great opportunity against the Patriots. They are not good, but you have to stop with this level of, we've arrived because you haven't. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan necessarily has that, but I do feel like, and I'm going to say it, you know, some of the questions that Grant Cohn will ask Kyle Shanahan, would I ask them? No. But I do feel like sometimes Grant Cohn feels, and we had him on these airwaves, like somebody needs to talk to Kyle Shanahan as if he isn't perfect, because a lot of people out there do, and he ain't perfect, or else there would have been some parades. And last time I checked, there haven't been any parades in Santa Clara, San Francisco, or San Jose, anywhere in the peninsula or the Bay Area. So that's just what it is.
Yeah, they might be throwing a parade in Carolina today as Andy Dalton absolutely lit up the Raiders in Vegas over the weekend. Andy Dalton has thrown as many touchdown passes the first half of the game yesterday with 3 as Bryce Young had in his last 11 games combined. There is one player in the NFL this season with 300 pass yards and 3 touchdowns in a single game. That person is one Andy Dalton. So Andy Dalton, again, produces more in one half than Bryce Young had in his last 11 games, and the only QB in the NFL this season to have a game in which they throw for 300 yards and 3 touchdowns is Andy freaking Dalton.
I mean, look, the Raiders have to take care of business either way, but if the Panthers play the Bengals well next week,
I don't think you can bury them right now.
No, you can feel a little bit better than that. Now, if the Bengals just smack the heck out of the Panthers, then you should feel bad. But this, I continue to say, Chris, this has to. If you're Bryce Young, how do you go back into that locker room?
You don't. You can't.
And just say, everybody was probably, that locker room was going
speech,
crazy
because that's the head coach's first win. It was Andy Dalton's career best performance. It was Deontay Johnson had a career game. So they're just walking in, and I heard the post-game speech. It's just all, guys, this is great. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Everyone's on cloud 10.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. And I can't imagine walking into that locker room and being like, I've been actively holding back the fun in this room.
Right.
And everybody's probably thinking it's as simple as, man, we put Andy in and all of a sudden we can play. We can start to play football. I just can't imagine the level of embarrassment. And I do feel bad for Bryce Young in that sense that, that's going to be a real uphill battle, just the emotional side of feeling like, I don't think I'm good enough, because Andy Dalton, who's, even when he was starting, people were like, I'm pretty sure this guy's just a really good backup. If he's out here performing the way he is, I just don't know how you mentally can get to the point where you believe in yourself to that extent. That's
Pick your backpack up and go home, man.
Yeah.
Fill the backpack. Get out of there.
Fill it with rocks and just get bigger.
Yeah.
How that work?
Yeah.
Make you taller.
A lot of people are saying, man, that Bryce Young should put his house on the market.
Oh man.
That if they beat the Bengals, honestly, they don't even have to beat the Bengals. If it's a close game, Bryce Young will be traded. I don't care what the Panthers say.
Somebody's got to want him.
But they did before this game.
Yeah, and then they see that what happens is you put literally anybody else at the position and they can do just as well. I mean, Bryce Young looks like Skylar Thompson out there. That should be a quarterback battle. I just don't know who is actually going to say, let's bring in Bryce. Let's spend actual capital to bring this guy in, and we'll try and fix this, that we don't even know exactly what the problem is.
I don't think you guys are giving enough credit to the Raiders. The Raiders, I'm serious. Serious.
For playing their part in this great performance.
You guys said it earlier in the show. I mean, this was this is why I picked the Raiders, or the Panthers to beat the Raiders this week. This was set up for the Raiders, a huge letdown coming off one of the biggest wins in years. Yeah. Maybe not a little dramatic, but then going against the worst team in the NFL after they moved off their starting quarterback. The stars were aligning.
Easy.
Yeah, stars were aligning. So I think a big chunk goes to the Raiders in that win for the Panthers.
Right. Well, and that's why I wouldn't, if I'm Bryce, I'm not putting my house on the market yet. We have to see what they do against the Bengals. If they play well against the Bengals, then brother, you got to go. You got, I don't know where you got to go, but you got to get the heck up out of here.
He's not getting his spot back.
It's over. It's over. If it's even a good game, Chris, they don't even have to win. Just not get blown out by the Bengals. And I don't think they will, because I don't know how good the Bengals are. We have more stats to get to when we return, and we will do that on the other side. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
49ers yards per play defensively, 6.1. That's the third worst in the NFL. For what it's worth, Seahawks at 3.9, the NFL's best. It's just a mess right now, guys. And you go green, it remains to be seen. And that's what the Niners did with Nick Sorensen, getting a green coach with the not maybe the cachet other defensive coordinators have, because, hey, maybe we'll stay here for a decent amount of time, and you're going to have to learn what those growing pains are all about. And that's what the Niners are doing right now. And this is why Brandon Staley got brought in too. So we'll see what happens there. We have stats from Sunday we're continuing to break down. Chris, what do we have next?
All right, let's go with a little Deshaun Watson number here. Is Deshaun Watson, as we talk about the Raiders doing a little bit of an okey doke, looking one way in week 2 and then a completely different way in week 3. Deshaun Watson had actually a pretty decent performance in week 2, but yesterday, I should say, really didn't bring it at all. Some of the numbers look a little misleading. The Browns scored within like the first 5 minutes of that game, and then took I think until the fourth quarter to score again. The offense just looked completely out of whack. Deshaun Watson has thrown for 300 yards 0 out of 15 times for the Browns. Joe Flacco last season threw for 300 yards in 5 of his 6 starts. Deshaun Watson has a QBR of 23.2 this season, better than only one other qualifier. Who is that qualifier, you may ask? It is one Bryce Young, who was currently benched. Deshaun Watson leads the league in total dropbacks, and if you take out Bryce Young out of the equation, he is last in the NFL in total QBR, yards per attempt, yards per dropback, success rate, and explosive play rate. Deshaun Watson, of course, is paid a ton of money, but my question for you, Alan, is, is it crazy to say the Browns should maybe look at Jameis? Like, we know Jameis is very erratic, to put it lightly, but at least he'll put the ball in play. He will put up numbers. It's just sometimes he turns the ball over way too much. With Deshaun Watson, that offense is completely dead and nobody's being elevated. I think Jameis is like probably the best backup in the NFL. Why not kick the tires on it? Because last year you had 5 different quarterbacks suit up for you, and you were one of the best teams in football. Deshaun Watson so far through 3 weeks has that team at 1-2, and really not much has changed. And now Myles Garrett, I know, went down with an injury yesterday. I think they're still waiting to hear exactly the severity of that. But if that's going to be the case, they need that offense to start clicking at some point. And I think Nick Chubb is right around the corner, as well as I think next week is his last week out on IR.
Yeah, the bottom line is it didn't work. Okay, we're not going to get into the details here, but it just, from a football standpoint, it just has not worked with Deshaun Watson, and the same way the Panthers might be looking to, we always bring up the Cardinals, right? And we think they got it right with Kyler Murray. We're still trying to figure that out, but they got it much more right with Kyler Murray than they did with Josh Rosen. And the situations aren't completely similar, but you paid that money to Deshaun. You're kind of a laughing stock. You just lost to the Giants. So when you say 1-2, Chris, not all 1 and 2s are created equal.
That's a
So
great
if you're going
point.
to lose to Daniel Jones and the Giants, you're just wasting everybody's time.
Yeah.
And you're wasting your own time, and you're wasting a pretty darn good roster. And there's a reason you brought in Jameis. Maybe it's because you thought Deshaun, who's been injury riddled, among other things, would go down. Maybe you just thought, I'm not sure this guy knows how to play football anymore. And both of those reasons would be legit, because that's what it seems to me like. The Monstars took his talent, and Deshaun Watson, he's not a good quarterback anymore. There's no more waiting. You can't afford to wait. I think that, to me, Chris, this is the straw. You swallow it. You say, hey, we're just going to see what Jameis looks like. Hey, Deshaun, you sure your toe isn't bothering you, whatever it is, because you can't lose to the Giants. I mean, in the AFC North of all divisions, where you're trying to keep pace with the other teams that are balling, like the Steelers and things like that, you just lost to the Giants. Everything is on the table.
Yeah.
Everything is on the table for me.
That's how I feel it should be, but I just feel like that they are deathly, like you say, eat it, and I feel like that's exactly what the Browns are afraid to do. They just don't want to admit defeat on this contract, and I think they also are just trying to get any sort of value they can extract out of this contract as possible. I mean, I'm looking at it here. I forgot it was a 5-year, $230 million contract that he signed with. I mean, he's got 3 or 2 more years after this one, and we're only 3 weeks into this season. I don't know what to do. I mean, because the problem isn't going away anytime soon, both on and off the field, it appears. I don't know what to do with him, but I think you have to admit defeat with it. And to me, the quicker you can move on from this situation in total, I think the better off you're going to be. This is unfortunately a really, really, I guess, a continuation of bad marks for Browns quarterbacks. This one, of course, a little bit different than any other one, but it's just, to me, this experiment is done, and I'm okay if we never have to see, and I know it's not going to happen anytime soon, but Deshaun Watson, there's no way after this contract. I just can't imagine people are going to deal with the headache that is him, especially when, unfortunately, we know how this world exists. If the play's not there, there's no way anyone's going to deal with the headache that he brings.
And they actually got off to a bit of a hot start. I know Amari Cooper had a pretty good game, and I thought, okay, maybe this is it. And then as I'm, going through all the other games in the slate, and I make my way back around to the Browns and Giants, just what in the world happened? Yeah. It's just bad, man. It's just bad. If the only quarterback that qualifies you're beating is one Bryce Young, who also got benched, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, money is money. We get it, but you have to give your team something to believe in. And I don't think the Browns have anything to believe in right now.
Let me get these quick hitters out the way before we hit the break. The Chiefs have won their last 9 games by a combined total of 54 points. That's including playoff games. That's the smallest combined margin of victory by any team during a 9-0 stretch in NFL history. The Dolphins have not led for a single second this entire season. I thought that was of note. And here's the last note. This is just kind of a funny one. Justin Fields currently on his first ever 3-game winning streak in the NFL.
Yeah, the Chiefs one is the one that I kind of want to dig into. We have plenty of time for Justin Fields and the Dolphins. I mean, what are you doing? It is what it is. The Chiefs, man, I want to say that they are a bit fraudulent. I just saw it, but they're the Super Bowl. You're the Super Bowl winners, so you can't say that. If it was any other team, we'd probably be having this conversation. Right. It kind of reminds me of the Steelers a couple years ago when they kept winning these close games, and the Steelers are also 3-0 this season. I want to call them fraudulent, but in the AFC, there's too many issues, right? So there's no team that I can say this team is once the Chiefs play this team, everybody will see who they really are. I think this is just what they do, man. They don't really blow teams out. They keep it close, and they let their playmakers make plays at the right time. They get the interception. They get the sack. They let Mahomes do his thing. They're just not really built. I mean, Xavier Worthy, they said it last week, the Bengals. Xavier Worthy is kind of a one-trick pony right now. You still don't have Hollywood Brown back, so it's just really the Rashee Rice show. And now you're missing Pacheco. So I guess with Pacheco being out, it's more understandable. So you get W's. It doesn't matter when you're winning Super Bowls.
Tough to lose close games when you have Patrick Mahomes on the other side. I think that's what we've learned. And, I think that's been the big difference between the Niners and the Chiefs, really, is that they have a guy that, and not that Brock isn't that guy or can't be that guy, but, that's the greatness of having one of the best of all time to ever do it, is that, in close games, you're going to have a chance at all points. And it feels like that's really as simple as that when it comes to the Chiefs.
Coming up next, we get back into the Niners. Are you worried about them? And we take a look at the NFC West standings. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Monday forecast is feeling pretty toasty for this afternoon. Starting at sunshine, not feeling much of a breeze out there, and temperatures will peak today in the mid to upper 90s. Overnight lows drop back to the low 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
DC here, and if you've been thinking about a new car, you got to see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia. You can always count on low payments and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over. And if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard to reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Y'all want to hear about the AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford? Well, if you're age 50 or over, you can save hundreds when you switch. Are you ready for some exclusive discounts too? Phones in the air now. We're going to sign you up, baby. Go to visithartfordauto.com today for your free quote.
When you're with the Hartford, the Bucks got your back. Provided by Hartford Fire Insurance Company, not AARP or its affiliates. Individual savings vary. The Hartford pays a royalty fee to AARP, which is used for its own purposes. For information and restrictions, go to thehartford.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
I had been starting to be sick all the time at work. So I went to the doctor. He asked if people in the office smoked. He identified it as being exposed to secondhand smoke. I decided to sue. It was worth it in the end, California being the first state to be smoke-free in workplaces and restaurants in the country.
Andrea was part of a historic movement to ban smoking in the workplace. Learn how she and other Californians are fighting big tobacco at undo.org.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dierks Bentley, Harmony, plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corval, California Champaign.
A new Honda? Nice. Well, it was like this. It was a super hot day, so we all stopped for some ice cream. When bam, the AC went out. My dad started sweating and was all, man, I stink. And my brother was like, I hate this car. And my mom was all, I'm dying in here. Then I said, it's time to call Stockton Honda. Then Dad was like, honey, you're right. I knew you were my favorite. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Insurance companies perform a very valuable service, but they want to keep their money. Although most cases settle before trial, it is paramount that the insurance companies know that if pressed, your legal team has the experience to take your case all the way. For 25 years, Ashton & Price has earned the reputation that if the insurance company isn't fair, we're ready to force them to be fair. My mom used to warn me, wait till dad gets home. Think of us as dad. The best part, there's no fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Are you worried about the Niners? In the NFC? In the NFC West specifically? Are you worried about your San Francisco 49ers? I don't think you should be too worried yet, Chris. I don't think there's a huge reason to worry because you know you have the pieces and you do know you're just not healthy right now. If you go out, even with this same roster, I think it's the same conversation because I'm just not big on the Patriots. If you go out and you do lose to the Patriots at home, then that's a problem. But I do think that it's a divisional game. You were missing dudes. They were missing dudes. You had an opportunity to win. You didn't get it done, right? It's not as if you were outmatched, and you're not going to be outmatched against the Patriots. There are a couple of things you need to shore up, but you get the Patriots at home, you get the Cardinals at home, and then you go to Seattle before your gauntlet with the Chiefs and the Cowboys and the Bucks, who are, the Bucks are, we'll figure out who the Bucks are. We're starting to figure out who the Bucks are. But before that gauntlet, you get the Patriots. So I don't think I would be worried quite yet, Chris.
I would start to get worried. I'll tell you that. I mean, I definitely think this week is not the time to worry. Like you said, I mean, the Patriots, that really shouldn't be any problem at all. It doesn't matter if you're hurt or not. You definitely have the talent advantage. You're at home. You're coming off a bad loss. Everything should lead you to really dominating the Patriots. Like if I'm the Niners, I want to put up 30 plus easy, maybe even start to touch the 40 range, because that's how you really steer the ship back and get it back on course and have you start to feel right. But, I don't want to sleep on the Cardinals. The Cardinals, to me, have been very, very impressive these last 2 weeks. There's definitely a world in which they would have won this week against the Lions. They gave the Bills a really tough test in week 1 as well. They were up the entirety of the first half and then just kind of gave it up completely. I think there's a world where the Cardinals give the Niners problems, and then right after that, they play the 3-0 Seahawks at Seattle on Thursday night on a short week. I just think that there's definitely room to be nervous here moving forward, and that's why I think you do have to take Bosa's advice, and if you are the Niners, you got to take it week by week. You cannot overlook these opponents. You can't say, oh, well, we always kill the Cardinals in divisional games, and so we're not really concerned about them. That's how you ended up, to me, in the place that you are now. Not that they necessarily overlooked their opponents, but just by not executing in the way in which we're accustomed to. I think that there is reason to be nervous here, because if they drop one more game that they're not supposed to lose before they head into that gauntlet, I just think that it's really easy to get behind fast in the NFL. And when you start playing catch up, you can't have anything not go your way. We've already seen a ton of injuries not go the Niners' way this year. Right now it's still hope that McCaffrey's going to come back for week 7. We don't know exactly when Debo's going to come back. So I think the Niners should start to be a little bit concerned. Definitely not hit the panic button quite yet, but you should definitely be feeling the 1-2-ness of this season so far. And I think it should be concerning at the very least that you're not head and shoulders above everybody else like you were last year. I mean, it felt like the Niners could sleepwalk against the non-elite teams of the NFL and be able to put up 30 easily. That's clearly not the case anymore. And I just think that that's the dangerous part that I'm not sure has quite sunk in for the Niners, is that you aren't head and shoulders above the regular teams in the NFL anymore.
Yeah, and there's a difference between worried about making the playoffs and worried about, the playoffs are going to come through Santa Clara again. I think you should maybe start worrying about whether or not the Niners are going to be able to put themselves into a position.
Your hierarchy. Yes,
the playoffs are going to come through us. We're going to get a home game until it's time to go to New Orleans. I think
that ship maybe starts to sail here pretty soon.
It's close.
Yeah.
It's definitely. I'm looking at the standings now, and you got your Vikings at 3-0, your Seahawks at 3-0. The good thing is, in situations like this, the teams that you expected to be at the top are not there, right? Because I know Brian Flores in that scheme. At least Brock would have got to see him twice. Let's say down the road, you have to face the Vikings. You would see him twice.
Right.
The Seahawks, I'm still just not incredibly impressed by the Seahawks, and then you have the other teams that we thought would be up there, like the Lions, the Packers, and the Eagles. And the NFC South to me is going to start showing who they truly are as well. They kind of did this weekend with both the Saints and the Bucks losing, and the Saints just couldn't do anything. Really some kudos to the Eagles defense. I mean, the Saints could do nothing out there in New Orleans. 916-339-1140. Uh-oh. Kyle Shanahan. I hope you're listening to this one. TC wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Yes, sir. Alan, Chris, what's up?
What's up, man? Just trying to get through this one. It's a rough one.
Hey, before we get started on the Niners, hey, man, Seagoat Sam over there balling for your boys, man, Chris.
That's right.
Minnesota, that's crazy. Hey, we was laughing. Me and my cousin was laughing like, look at this dude, Sam Darnold over here. We just thought it was funny. Everybody else want to be mad. Bro, it was funny to me that this dude is balling. Then when I turned and looked at my own team, I said, bro, this was a joke. That was a joke of a game. Now y'all see what I'm talking about with these dudes Shanahan. Brock is Brock. Jennings is Jennings. Mason is Mason, bro. We been knew about these dudes, dude. They should have been playing, right? They should have. Jawan should have been doing that. What, Kyle? Why don't you try doing this when everybody is healthy, right? It'll throw some teams off, right, Kyle Shanahan? But no, you want to wait till everybody's injured to do this, and then the world's like, oh, these guys are dudes. They been dudes, but this dude don't never want to play him. Man, check it out, dude. That dude is losing that locker room, bro, and I'm telling you, I'm Chris and Allen. I'm done, bro. I'm done. I'll call tomorrow. He's losing that locker room, bro. It's over.
Wow. TC, thanks for the call. Losing the locker room, Kyle Shanahan. Look, everybody says he's a player's coach. I don't think it's happening yet. But again, you have a situation where he's putting his trust in guys that don't normally get opportunities. He's putting his trust in a Ronnie Bell. He's putting his trust in these guys. And part of it is because he has to. So he can't catch the ball, right? Now, when it comes to the defensive coordinator situation, I do think we could hold Shanahan accountable for how this has all shook out so far, right? I mean, you bring in a guy who's green. You essentially think this is what it was, Chris, to me. You felt like, number one, Wilkes was your scapegoat. You scapegoated him in Minnesota. You scapegoated him in Vegas for the Super Bowl. So you had to move off of him. I think they felt like, similar to when they drafted Trey Lance, we just need a guy. All those quarterbacks are so good, we just need one of them. Because to this day, we don't know who they actually wanted. In this situation, our defense is so good, we just need somebody who is going to do what we say, and he can grow with the defense and grow into the position in Sorensen. And I think we're figuring out that they were wrong. Either that defense wasn't on its face, just not as good as we thought, or Sorensen is going to have to do more than he's currently doing. And I saw some people just mention that it's lacking creativity, this defense. And this is stuff that's far beyond my understanding, but I'm watching them get burnt toast. So something's going on. And I think that maybe they felt like our defense is so good, we just need somebody to just do what we say. Because wasn't there a call in the Super Bowl where Wilkes wanted another zero blitz, and then Shanahan said, Shanahan overruled it. So someone where it's, hey, this first year, essentially, and we talked about this when you get your permit, right? You got the car next to you, or the seat next to you has the brake in the other seat. Basically, they did not give Sorensen the job. They did not give Sorensen his license.
No.
They gave him his permit, and Shanahan and Staley, you got two backseat drivers, are there supposedly pressing the brake whenever Sorensen makes a wrong turn, if they even allow him to, or if he goes over the speed limit. And I think that's something in the hierarchy is going to come out, and something is not working. They may see Wilkes bring his you-know-what down after a couple games. Hey, you got to get out the booth and be rah-rah like Saleh and D'Amico and jump around. So what are they going to do? They're going to do something. I just don't know what it is.
No idea. But yeah, you can see it coming. There's going to be a scapegoat. There's going to be an excuse. They're going to try and fix it in the middle of the season, and then if it doesn't get fixed at the end of the year, it wouldn't surprise me if, Brandon Staley ends up being named the D coordinator, or some sort of story comes out where it's like, actually, it turns out the defense really hated Sorensen a lot, and he was definitely a Kyle guy, and, maybe there was some division in the locker room. You can feel it. You can feel it coming even now, that there's going to be some sort of story that comes out that just kind of tells us, like, hey, everything behind the scenes wasn't as good as what you would think. And this is kind of what happens when, like we detailed earlier, you lose all your coordinators year after year after year. At some point, the luck is going to run out, or skill, or whatever you want to call it. At some point here, you are going to get a dud. And it looks like, I won't say that this is already looking like a dud, but there's definitely some things that need to be fixed. Back-to-back weeks of giving up crazy explosive plays. You can't have that, especially if you're supposed to win a Super Bowl.
No, you definitely can't have that. And the other part of it is, ultimately, you need to understand who you are, right? There are certain schools out there that just says, hey, we don't take JUCO guys. Nothing against JUCO guys, but we like to have our guys from freshman year on. There are other schools out there that say, we don't mind JUCO guys. You come in, you play well, and then you get the heck on out of here, right? And I think the Niners try to fight who they normally are. We're going to bring in a guy who's got a good amount of pedigree. He's probably going to leave in a year, and then we're going to get another guy. They decided to go in a different route, and so far, so early, it has not worked out for them. Coming up next, sometimes the second act or third act might be better than the first. We talk about some of the QBs wearing different jerseys and doing their thing this season. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Keegan Murray plays here.
Keegan scores another three-pointer. Keegan Murray knocking it down for 23 points. Snatch De'Aaron Fox for game scoring honors.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
You've seen him on the roast of Tom Brady, and you've heard him host the #1 podcast in the world, Kill Tony. Now see Tony Hinchcliffe perform stand-up comedy live at the venue at Thunder Valley, Friday, October 11th. The man behind millions of views worldwide and countless sold-out shows brings his stand-up set to you, Tony Hinchcliffe. Critics call him a must-see. Don't miss this stand-up comedian, writer, podcast host, and professional wordsmith live in Sacramento. Tony Hinchcliffe. Get tickets at ThunderValleyResort.com. Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dierks Bentley.
What was I thinking?
Harmony.
I love you just
Dasha.
Did you boost
Plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corval, California, Champaign.
Mega Chevy saves you $13,000 off MSRP on every new half-ton Silverado LTZ in stock after rebates. All of them.
Silverado savings spectacular now at MegaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details. Ends 9/30/24.
Increase leads and get more customers. We create tailored digital marketing strategies that deliver results. On your next campaign, aim higher. Go to aimyourdigital.com and get started today. aimyourdigital.com.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Rob Schneider tickets at 1 p.m. He will be at Hard Rock Live October 4th, courtesy of Live Nation. That is at 1 p.m. The Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. About to get into the second and third acts better than the first for some of these QBs out there. Bryce Young might be on this list in a couple years at this rate. This is from the 925, Chris. Man, I was wrong. They took the Raiders' best unit out of the game, and Pierce had no idea what to do. Why you shouldn't hire a rah-rah coach. Well, it's not a matter of hiring a rah-rah coach. It's a matter of who is around the rah-rah coach. And, whether it's Sirianni or Dan Campbell and any of these guys who fall into that category, people say Tomlin as well. You have to have the correct pieces around them to make sure that they are successful. So we'll see what happens there. Chris, you know who the Raiders remind me of? They remind me of, and it's not just me, I think there's a lot of people like this, but they remind me of myself as a golfer, the Raiders. You par a hole, right? Because, me and you, we're just trying to play bogey golf.
Yes.
You par a hole.
Yeah.
We're trying to scramble. I just found out what it means.
Yeah,
Thanks,
no
Dave.
idea.
You par a hole, you feel great about it.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do on the next hole?
Shank it.
Double bogey.
Yeah.
Give the
Other
stroke
fairway.
right back.
Yep.
Triple bogey. Just give it right back. That's
Every time.
exactly who the Raiders are. They par.
Yep.
Dare I say birdie?
You can maybe say an albatross.
Yeah.
No, it's a birdie.
They birdied last week, and then they come back this week.
A dirty birdie.
Was that a double bogey? Yeah. It's either double or triple.
You might snowman that. You might need to pick it up. This is the worst team in the NFL. We're talking about a team that had no life at all.
At home opener.
Home opener.
Yeah.
They put 34 on you, and they pretty much stopped at like the third quarter.
Yeah.
Aiden O'Connell was in at that, but in the fourth quarter, like it was about as bad as it gets.
36 on them.
36.
Don't forget, that's closer to 40 now.
Again, and they pretty much put their foot off the brake or off the gas there for a minute. Freaking Andy Dalton had that touchdown to Adam Thielen where he was looking like Tom Brady. It was crazy. That's about as bad as it gets in terms of a week-to-week swing right there. You don't go from beating one of the NFL contenders to literally losing to the worst team in the NFL. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's a rough go. So we got
to figure out a name. I guess it's just called a Raider at this point, but
Raiders gonna Raider
to go from a huge emotional high to literally the low of lows.
They'll probably win this week. The Brown. You got an opportunity because the Brown.
You got a chance.
Now you know what's gonna happen. Wait for it. You ready? Just like last week.
It's gonna be ugly.
Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston. If I'm the Browns,
why not?
Clearly, the Raiders don't know how to react to a different QB coming into town. It's the same situation.
Right.
The Browns have no clue what they're doing.
Nope.
You bring in Jameis, he's going to eat a W. That's what. I'll wait for it Tuesday.
I can see it.
So it's got to come out soon. But
the Browns will be better for it.
I think Deshaun might just get benched, and the Raiders will lose. I will have to take the Browns. I would have to. So we will be on the lookout for that. Speaking of second acts, Jameis Winston's on about his third or fourth act at this point. Chris, sometimes second acts are better than the first. And I want to take this moment to focus on one, Justin Fields. Okay. And Justin Fields, not that he looks like a world beater, but he looks like a quarterback that can provide the electricity he's had in spurts before, but also do just enough to get the W. And I got to give him some kudos, Chris. As I've been on record, I wanted the Niners to draft Justin Fields. I was really trying to defend him when he was in Chicago. I think just like a lot of things in life, everything is in the middle. It's not necessarily that he was so good in Chicago and it's all Chicago's fault. Or on the other end, it wasn't all his fault. So he goes 245 yards, Chris, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. They beat the Los Angeles Chargers and Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert got injured at one point. Justin Herbert, for a big boy, he does seem to get injured a decent bit. But Justin Fields able to get it done, Chris. I know it's early, and I don't know that we necessarily believe. He had that ridiculous 56-yard touchdown. I know it's early, and I'm not saying that the Steelers are going to make any type of noise, but what are your takeaways from Justin Fields so far?
He's been fine. Nothing special, nothing spectacular. He's been a lot better than what I think I personally expected, but it's not been something where I'm willing to say he has completely turned the page on his Bears tenure. And if I'm a team, I'm looking at Justin Fields as my starter next year. I think he's been good enough to handle a Steelers team that frankly is trying to win games on the defensive end and just trying to be physical running the football. He's a great quarterback for that. But, I think once the Steelers find themselves against a really good team, a good offense that is at least, and they find themselves down, that's going to be where they really find the struggles. And looking at their schedule, it's such a weak schedule. I don't know if they're going to even find a lot of difficulty for a while. I mean, even these next couple of weeks, I'll just read until about halfway through the season. At Colts, versus Cowboys, at Raiders, maybe versus Jets, then versus Giants, at Commanders. They have a pretty easy schedule. I think it's going to be good enough. Justin Fields will be to where, they might be 7-1, 6-2, maybe 8-0. Who knows? But it wouldn't be something that I think come playoff time, I would heavily bet against the Steelers.
Yeah. So I like Justin Fields again. I'm not really sure where we're going with Justin Fields or ultimately what his ceiling is. But if you're a Steelers fan, you're just enjoying the ride. You're just enjoying the ride. And again, it's a Mike Tomlin. I don't know how he does this, Chris, with these schedules. They're going to get to the playoffs, and we're not going to know. We're not going to know anything about them. We're not going to believe in them, and maybe they'll surprise some people. You know what, though, Chris?
They're not winning.
As far as Russell Wilson is concerned, you can't pull Justin Fields. You can't do that.
No, you can't. You can't. Until he loses, you can't. I mean, especially he's playing great. What is the reason to play Russell Wilson right now? It's not like you have any tape that shows like, oh yeah, Russell Wilson is still this high level elite quarterback. Like there's nothing to go off of. They were pretty much neck and neck throughout training camp, it seems. So I really wouldn't make the switch.
Next on the second act, better than the first, Malik Willis, Chris, and I know you hate to see it. You're thinking Jordan Love goes down. Okay, my Vikings are cooking, and somehow, some way, the Packers are hanging around. Malik Willis, 202 yards, 1 touchdown, 73 rushing yards, Chris, against Mayo Man Will Levis and the Titans. Terrible game, but you got to hand it to Malik Willis. Similar to Justin Fields, they're kind of just showing, hey, I can hang around in the league. Am I going to be anybody's franchise guy? Probably not, but hey, I can do enough. Very similar to the Ronnie Bell situation, Chris. You're given opportunities. You got to take advantage. I think Malik Willis is taking advantage to, hey, I'll be a Tyrod Taylor backup type for the next 5 years. I think he's just earning himself really just a spot on somebody's roster for the next couple years.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not sold still. I mean,
to be a backup?
I really wouldn't. I think that this is a lot of Matt LaFleur. I do think that the Packers are a pretty talented team in terms of their skill positions and definitely on defense. I just think that he's making the plays that are in front of him, and good for him. That is even something that I didn't think he could do. But I personally wouldn't want to make that bet even still. I think that this is one of the best offensive minds in the NFL, and I personally chalk it down more to Malik Willis is doing a great job of taking what's in front of him and receiving the game plan and following the game plan. But again, like if they're down in a game, I just can't see the Packers making any sort of comeback.
Yeah, well, same idea, right? You stay on schedule and you can figure things out. A lot of these, and it's funny because we say that with Brock, but we've seen Brock win off schedule. We haven't really seen that with Malik
Willis make throws.
Yes, you're pinning your ears back, and he's got to make some decisions. Mentioned Baker Mayfield. He's now on, I think, his third act now, and they lost this week, but Baker's still been playing pretty darn well. Geno Smith, you know how we feel about Geno. And Sam Darnold, who he's bounced around a bit, and he's looked really darn good, man. I mean, I know you wanted J.J. McCarthy, and he gets injured. Are you more convinced that this is sustainable for Sam, or more you need to see?
Definitely still need to see more. I think from the outsider perspective, you look at the numbers and you do see the touchdowns, and like he is playing great, but there's still a lot of moments in there where I'm like, Sam Darnold is just a dumb quarterback. There's so many things where he had a Will Levis moment where
saw that.
He threw it backwards. He had another Will Levis moment, funny enough, where he tried to do like an underhand shovel pass to Aaron Jones when he's getting sacked.
Yep.
It's just, there's a lot of moments that leave me very, very much in awe of the decision making and just realize, oh yeah, these are all the bad things that led to Sam Darnold being in the spot he is now. Again, much like I said about Malik Willis, to me, he's following the game plan that's in front of him. He's done great with it. Nothing bad to report in terms of the throws he's made or anything like that. Really is a fairly decent decision maker, but there's some times where when he gets in trouble, when there's pressure, he is a completely different quarterback. And so that's kind of the thing as well, where I'm going to say about Sam Darnold is I got to see it when he's got pressure on him and the team is down. You know, to me, that's really the sign of of a quarterback that you're going to believe in. If it is legitimate, he can still weather the storm and look just as good when the team is losing. And I just haven't seen that out of Sam Darnold yet. But, I mean, come on. We all have to admit, even especially myself, this is a million times better than I ever would have guessed. Sam's looked great. The receivers have definitely helped him out just by being wide open. But, man, yeah, incredible performance so far through 3 weeks for Sam Darnold. I just hope that the ugly stuff doesn't start to show up here pretty soon.
Yeah. I like Sam Darnold. It's just a matter of how good is he going to play for the rest of the season, and whether the fool's gold will, when you get the it's sterling silver, then you get in the pool or it gets wet and then your neck is green. When is that going to happen for Sam Darnold, if it happens at all? From the 916, Chris, had to get to this because we're going to get into some Kings on the other side. Vlade Divac has some things to say about doubling down, double down on Luca and that situation and having De'Aaron Fox. But 916 says, you guys are stupid. Just because the 49ers got embarrassed, you have to hate on the Raiders. That's from Special K. Why? And 916, you sit here, and I think a lot of you that listen are getting rolled over from Carmichael Dave and the morning show, and you just assume that we are the same people. Well, we're not. Okay, we couldn't be any more different, to be completely honest with you. But I will say this, 916, you are extremely sensitive. Okay, because we sit here and we talk trash. We talk bad about the Niners all day long. We get a couple calls and it's Niner fans owning an L. All you do as you get embarrassed by the worst team in football is you want to say that we're talking bad on the Raiders because the Niners lost. Grow up, okay? The Raiders lost to a terrible team. They got embarrassed at home. You're talking about the Niners got embarrassed? You say just because the Niners got embarrassed, the Raiders got embarrassed. And you're so delusional, all you hear is negativity towards the Raiders when we talk bad about anybody that plays bad. So you are an embarrassment to Raider Nation, and you're sensitive, and you need to grow up. Kings Talk coming up next. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco! It's all on his shoulders. Fox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
With Progressive, you get more than savings. You get access to us through our mobile app, online chat, or by phone.
Oh, I see what you're doing here, Jamie. Giving me all these ways to stay in touch so I have no excuse not to. Well, you're in luck, because this guy's in the market for a new BFF.
Actually, all our customers can contact us this way.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
But I am always up for Taco Pizza! Jigsaw!
Get help from Progressive through the website, app, chat, or phone. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dirks Bentley, Parmalee, Sasha, Plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corval, California, Champaign.
Model year-end pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the model year-end event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. Hi, I'm Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale. Off Highway 50 at Hazel, look for the water wheel.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
It's a myth to think you don't play golf well enough to get fitted for golf clubs. The professionals at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio would argue that playing the game with golf clubs properly fitted to your body and swing characteristics is the best way to improve your game and have more fun on the golf course. With a professional staff of fitters, all the major brands of equipment, and cutting-edge technology featuring TrackMan, the indoor-outdoor Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio is worth a look. See for yourself, Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway. Schedule your fitting at 916-808-2531, 808-2531.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Got a little break from football. Don't worry, we'll get back into it as the text line is going crazy right now. And, of course, the Sack chat. But Chris wanted to get into what I saw this, and in this day and age, I literally sent it to you and said, got to confirm this is true. And we did confirm this is true. Vlade Divac had some things to say, or he was asked essentially about that infamous draft with Luca and Marvin Bagley. And Chris, you have some quotes from Vlade on the situation.
Yeah, hold on. This is going to be a bumpy ride here. Vlade Divac spoke with Sasha Kobanov of index.hr. Never heard of the website before, but it is it's a Eurobasket kind of website where essentially it is definitely more so focused on European basketball. And so some of the questions definitely are more so just trying to get, I guess, Vlade, especially overseas, doesn't really do many interviews, didn't really do a lot here either. He pretty much says the reason for that is just he feels like he's said everything he needs to say and wants to give leeway to the new era of players. But spoke with Sasha Kobanov and definitely had some interesting things on the Luca decision, and also just kind of clarified further a rumor that I had heard as to the reason why he didn't take Luca. So the question was asked, with a time gap of 6 years, can you explain to us what was the reason for not choosing him being Luka Doncic? Vlade's answer is one. It's not a new one. It's one that I think everybody has heard here before, but it doesn't make me any happier. Vlade's answer is, quote, I had De'Aaron Fox at that position, whom I drafted a year earlier. At that moment, I thought Fox was a player who could become a franchise player in the next period. Time will tell if I was wrong. As things stand now, it looks like I am. More so talking not about the Fox part, but about the Luka part. But I have faith in Fox that he will have a better career. So I guess actually Vlade is in a way saying that he thought De'Aaron Fox was just going to be a better player than Luka. I'll still give him the benefit of the doubt. Again, this is also a translated interview, so maybe there is some lost in translation here. Maybe, again, he is more so saying, I thought that they wouldn't fit, and time will tell if I was wrong on if Luka will be able to fit. But if you take it at face value, again, as things stands right now, it looks like I am wrong, but I have faith that Fox will have a better career. So if you're reading it on face value, maybe you do say Vlade is saying that he thought at the time that De'Aaron would just straight up be a better player than Luka. The next follow-up question is, you didn't think that Fox and Doncic could play together like Doncic and Kyrie Irving play together today? Vlade's answer is no. Irving is a classic scorer, as is Luka. Fox is not. He is a playmaker who needs the ball just like Luka needs it. I could only take Luka, but then I would have to trade Fox. Interestingly, Phoenix also skipped on Luka, and then their coach, who was Igor Kokoshkov, was his coach in Slovenia. I think that's a bit of him trying to essentially blame somebody else. He's saying, hey, everybody's asking me these questions. Well, how about Phoenix, who definitely had even more of a reason to take Luka and skipped on him? That's not really relevant to this conversation. He says Atlanta drafted him, but they also passed on him. It wasn't until Dallas took it. I like watching Luka. Vlade says, I really like his basketball, but I had my own reasons why I decided the way I did. Maybe I was wrong, but again, time will tell. And here's the answer that I had heard before as more so of a rumor, never officially heard it confirmed. Vlade says it is nothing more than a rumor. The question was then asked, it was said and written that you did not choose Luka because you were not in the best terms with his father. Is that true? Vlade says these are extraordinary journalistic nonsense. I know Sasha, who is Luka's father, very well. I love and appreciate him. He even played when Luka when Luka was little. It has nothing to do with that relationship. I follow Luka and see that he is going the right way. I repeat, and this is interesting. Maybe I assume he mentioned it earlier in the article. He says, I repeat, he will just have to watch his body. So there you go. Vlade Divac says he did not take Luka Doncic because he believed in De'Aaron Fox and didn't believe that the two could work together. When asked why he didn't think Luka would work with Fox in the same way that Luka works with Kyrie, Vlade says no, they are different players, they being De'Aaron and Kyrie, and says that if he would have taken Luka, he probably would have had to trade De'Aaron Fox. And then again, reiterating that no, the reason why he didn't take Luka is not because of his bad relationship with Luka's father. Just again, that Vlade thought that the fit wasn't going to be there. And apparently Luka needs to watch his weight, according to Vlade. So
what a crazy you said.
And that honestly, ride. That's like kind of at the end of the interview as well. Like they go through Vlade's career, like, hey, well, your time with the Lakers, Magic, what was it like being traded for Kobe, all that. So this is honestly kind of a footnote in the overall scheme of the article, but obviously incredibly important for us here in Sacramento.
Well, he just doesn't make a lot of sense. He doesn't make a ton of sense to me. I think that the De'Aaron Fox part makes sense, and you pair De'Aaron Fox with a big, right, and Marvin Bagley, who maybe, if that works out, obviously you don't need Sabonis, so maybe that's what they were looking for the whole time, and they went for it, and it didn't end up working out as far as the playmaking. Yeah, I mean, Kyrie, I guess Kyrie is a little bit useless when he's not scoring because he's just not a playmaker in that way. But, I mean, the argument always will be, and I know what I've heard you say, Chris, is you get which they didn't have a problem. I think what's weird is to not take Luka, but to take Tyrese. So it just you get the talent in the building, right? And then you figure it out. But yeah, he has no good answer for it. He's not going to have a good answer for it. He basically says that, he was wrong in what Luca currently is bringing to the table. And, it is what it is. Unfortunately for Vlade, this happened right before the Kings started up. If this comes out, I think in a month, I think it flies under the radar because we'll be gearing up for the season. But This is with no basketball going on and no trades or nothing like that. It's just probably kind of bad timing for Vlade to come out with this. And I was in the building, Chris. I was in the building when you were too, of course, when Luca was literally pointing at this man and just saying he should have drafted me, that might have been one of the lowest points of the season, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I hate hearing all of these quotes. It does bring up some bad feelings. I mean, we don't need to go through the entirety of it, but it was just such an obvious selection to take Luka at the spot. I have never liked the excuse that him and De'Aaron wouldn't have played together. Like you said, my retort to that is just, whoa, you're having too many good players on the same team. Mm-hmm. That seems like a good problem to have, and it's not a problem for the Kings now. And if you have to trade De'Aaron Fox because Luka Doncic is the better player and De'Aaron doesn't fit, well, then I think that's, again, a pretty good problem to have. And, I don't like the excuse. I don't think it makes any sense at all because in every single team, especially nowadays, it feels like you have to have at least two big primary ball handlers in order to really realistically have a chance. I just hate to hear the excuse, and also not to mention the fact that Luka was also just the best player. Like, it was undeniable that somebody at his age who was doing the things he was doing, even if you aren't somebody who thinks that the Euro League is a good barometer for how good you're going to be, you just had the eye test. This kid was taking step backs in the prime of James Harden's MVP run. You could see exactly how his NBA career was going to pan out from there. I just never understood any of the questions of who he was going to be. To me, if you watched any of Luka when he was overseas, it was just painstakingly obvious. It was a miracle that he was available at number 2 in the first place. Vlade is right. I would say the 100% fact he said in there is that the Suns should have taken Luka number 1. And that was even ridiculous to me at the time. It was insane that he even fell to number 2. The Kings shouldn't have let him fall past number 2. And I guess I'll take Vlade's word for it, that it had nothing to do with his relationship with his father. But honestly, a part of me wanted to believe it was true, because at least then there was justification for it. Because again, if your job as a GM is to bring in the best player, I can live with, hey, politics got in the way, and Vlade, forget, he could have been literally Michael Jordan in Europe, which he kind of was. It didn't matter because Vlade didn't like his dad. I could live with that. I can maybe cope with that. I can't cope with the fact that, again, Vlade is essentially saying, no. I looked at it. I looked at the 2 pieces of paper, and I just like the one in my right hand a lot better than the one in my left. To me, that just makes the situation way worse. So, definitely not a W here hearing this. Right?
No, don't try, don't try to get cute with it, right? Sometimes you just got to take what everybody is telling. And then in those situations, it's okay, well, everybody else would have done the same thing. And maybe they got scared off because he wasn't taken, right? Very similar, not to do any comparing, but word gets out in the street, and then next thing you know, Dalton Connect falls to the Lakers because it's, hey, is there something wrong with this guy? What's going on here? So not to compare the two at all, but that's what can happen sometimes in the draft process. Coming up next, we take a trip around the NBA, and then at 12:30, Chris tells us why the Niners didn't need to pay one Brandon Ayuk. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Domantas Sabonis plays here.
He finds Sabonis, put the frosting on the cake, put the cherry on the sundae. Sabonis with a 2-hand flush makes it 114-106.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
When an overwhelmed injury victim calls Ashton or Price, we immediately remove their legal burden and introduce them to the very best medical care in the region. They focus on their health, and we handle all the rest. When they reach the end of their medical journey and are reunited with happiness and hope, we unleash our decades of legal experience to obtain maximum compensation. We are real, local, experienced litigators, and snappy dressers too. Consultation's free, and there's never a fee until we win.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
You guys got
got a new Honda? Well, it was like this. My mom was driving me to school when, bam, our car started smoking. My mom wasn't happy, so she called my dad and said, honey, if you value your life and our marriage, you'll take care of this now. So my dad calls up Stockton Honda and was like, can you get me approved for a new car and save my marriage? And they're all, sure, Mr. Jones, we do this every day. And just like that, Stockton Honda to the rescue.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Oh, from the 916, Luca, 0 rings. Bagley, 0 rings. Hey, it's that
right.
simple.
There you go. You won the argument. Congratulations.
It's that simple.
Congratulations. You won the
I
argument.
get it. I definitely get it.
You're right. That is correct.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Kevin, who's got a question and wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Kevin? Stiles and Watkins, what you got for us?
What's going on, guys? So here's my beef is we keep talking about why didn't Vlade pick Bagley, right? I'm sorry, why didn't Bagley pick Luca? Okay, you want Bagley, that's fine. Why didn't you do what Atlanta did and get something for it? You know everybody else wants Luca, so why didn't you work something out with Atlanta or Dallas or something like that and say, look, if you guys want Luca, I'm going to pick him and then you got to give me Bagley or something. Like, it just makes no sense that you just passed up all of that and just take Bagley directly. That's my beef. I'll take the rest off the air.
No, thanks for the call, Kevin. Yeah, a lot of things could have been done differently at the time. And again, this becomes a pride thing, Chris. And I'm just going to get this right. And I think these people are so wrong. But I think that Kevin is definitely on to something. Unfortunately, I don't think we can answer that.
Yeah, no, I don't think you can answer a question like that. I think it's a good question, but maybe if I had to guess, maybe he was just afraid that Marvin was going to get taken if he did make. Technically, Luca got picked 5th. Mm-hmm. I guess not technically. Technically, he was picked 3rd. But when you think about it, there was 5 players that were selected ahead of him, and it was the Hawks rather have Trae Young, the Memphis Grizzlies rather have Jaren Jackson. So maybe he was just afraid that it wasn't oh my gosh, if Luca falls past 2, someone better jump up and grab him. It might have been that Vlade was like, hey, I can't move back to number 5 because Marvin might go, and then we might end up with Jaren Jackson III. How terrible would that have been? So my answer would just be, I would assume he was afraid Marvin wouldn't be there.
What's so funny though
hindsight
is
2020.
And I don't know because I'm not necessarily following Atlanta sports radio, but look, here are the Kings years removed now from a mistake, right, in Marvin Bagley III, and now the Kings are back, borderline contending. They got DeMar DeRozan, they got De'Aaron Fox. There's a whole nother. They've had another drama after the Luka thing with one Tyrese Halliburton. So they are 2 dramas removed, and they're still in a pretty good position. The Hawks are a complete nightmare, right? I would hope that that GM is still being asked, hey, you want it? And Trae Young, I don't really know what to do with Trae Young right now, Chris, but I don't think he's a bust per se, but he's definitely not as good as Luka. So I hope those conversations are being had too. I wonder if the Hawks kick themselves as much as the Kings seem to kick themselves.
No, because they actually got a player. They got Trae Young. They got a franchise player. They made the Western Conference or the Eastern Conference Finals already. They feel fine about their decision. Of course, they probably still feel like Luka's better, but they are definitely saying, at least we're not Sacramento. At least, again, we have someone to show for it. The guy who the Kings picked is already on his 3rd team. And we'll see how long that lasts. So I definitely think the Kings got the worst. And that's also the tough part is the first 5 picks were the all NBA first 5 rookie team that year. And, all those other guys are still, DeAndre Ayton, he's definitely not doing great, but I would say he's a better player than Marvin Bagley. 3rd pick, Trae Young, he's definitely carved out a career for himself. And Jaren Jackson's done great. So I think the problem is that the Kings I mean, you could say Phoenix as well, but the Kings are pretty much the only team that has nothing to show for it. Again, at least you could say Phoenix made the finals partially because of the DeAndre Ayton pick. The Kings have absolutely nothing to show for the Marvin Bagley era.
Yeah, that's fair enough. All right, let's go around the NBA. Chris, first around the NBA docket, the Raptors will retire Vince Carter's number 15 jersey when they host Sacramento on November 2nd. Vince Carter will be the first player in the franchise's 30-year history to have his jersey go into the Raptors. DeMar is the Raptors' all-time leading scorer. I mean, Vinsanity, this was everything that made up at least, my childhood. I mean, the dunking, everything Vince Carter brought to the table. They had some playoff runs as well. I was watching a documentary on it not too long ago, and not a lot of people talk about Vince Carter during those years when it was, okay, is he going to be the franchise guy? Vince Carter, Chris, going into the rafters.
Yes, going to the rafters for the Raptors. Love it. I mean, Vince is I don't know if do you see the jerseys that they're whipping out too?
I didn't know. Is it the old school? Okay.
It's the Raptor logo, but it's him going between the legs and he's got a Vince jersey on.
Really?
It's the Vince Carter slam dunk contest dunk with the Raptor logo, and it's going to be on a jersey.
The Raptors wearing Vince's jersey.
They're wearing, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be wearing it on November 2nd when they play the Kings.
I think it's awesome. That is awesome. Great stuff.
And then DeMar's going to be there too. I think that's a really big part of this as well. DeMar loved his time in Toronto. He speaks very, very highly of it. He thought he was going to be a Raptor for his entire life. He was really blindsided by the move to San Antonio when they shipped him off to get Kawhi. They then win a championship the next year. I think it's going to be a really cool night for Toronto basketball in general.
They can't put, I know he has the championship, but you can't put Kawhi's.
No.
Okay. I'm just checking, it goes a long way. No. Former Sacramento King and free agent center Harry Giles has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Charlotte Hornets. The Duke alum and North Carolina native returns home for a chance to compete for a roster spot with the Hornets. Happy for Harry, Chris, as he continues to try to find his footing out here.
Yeah, I've got a Harry Giles Kings jersey, so I'm very, very invested in Harry's career. Hope that he can find a spot. I don't know if it's going to happen for him. It's one of the sadder basketball stories in general, just his fall from high school #1 prospect to where he's at now. Definitely hope he can find some footing in the league. And yeah, definitely it'd be great. It'd be a fantastic story if he can find it in Charlotte where he's got tons of ties. He's a really great high IQ basketball player, but I just don't know if he's going to be an NBA player. I don't know if his scoring's there. I don't necessarily know if he is in a starting spot or even a rotational spot. What exactly is the role you want Harry to fill is kind of the always been the problem with him. But I really hope he can find a home over there in Charlotte, because you're seriously not going to find a nicer person and just a better teammate. Every single person who's came across Harry Giles has had nothing but incredible things to say. So definitely rooting for Harry and hope he can find some success in his own place.
Yeah, the Hornets, to me, this is an opportunity for Harry Giles. I mean, you're trying to get LaMelo back healthy. Obviously, the Hornets at some point are trying to improve and not continue to lose, but they might, something goes wrong here. They might be looking at the Cooper Flag sweepstakes.
Sure.
But either way, I think on a team like that, I don't want to say last dance, but you give, Harry, you got to be able to get some time here on a Charlotte Hornets team that is just not going to be very good.
I've got a little bit of breaking news. It's like Sacramento adjacent. It's not NBA, not NFL, anything. On3 is reporting that Gonzaga is leaving the WCC, the West Coast Conference, to join the Pac-12 despite not having a football team.
What?
Pac-12 still needs at least 2 more members that have football teams by 2026. So there you go. Wow. The Gonzaga Bulldogs, Domantas Sabonis's former school coming to the Pac-12.
Wow.
There you go.
The alma mater of Domantas Sabonis. after running the WCC for what, 2 decades?
I don't know. No trophies to show for it. So it's Luka, Bagley, and Gonzaga, all with 0 titles.
Wow. And now, Mark Few. And you know who's really rubbing their hands like Birdman? That's St. Mary's.
Oh, yeah.
Thinking, it's our time.
Yeah.
Finally, get the heck out of here, Gonzaga.
Man.
I'm tired of you.
Yeah.
St. Mary's.
Run it. Oh, man, that's a great call.
USF, all these schools are thinking, Pepperdine, all these schools. Finally, we can just do what we need to do. Get that team out of here in the Pac-12. Get a basketball powerhouse.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There you go. Coming up next, Chris Watkins tells us or explains to us why the Niners maybe didn't have to pay Brandon Ayuk, at least not $30 million a year. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Monday forecast is feeling pretty toasty for this afternoon. Temperatures will peak today in the mid to upper 90s. Overnight lows drop back to the low 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Deftones. North American Tour 2025. Live in Sacramento. Golden One Center. Saturday, March 1st. With special guests, the Mars Volta and Fleshwater. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit Deftones.com.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Thunder, feel the thunder.
It ignites something inside of you.
Lightning and the thunder.
Sets alight an elevated state of being. Days are pure exhilaration. And the nights, they're simply electric. See it, hear it, feel it.
Thunder, feel the thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Feel the thunder.
Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dirk Bentley,
What was I thinking?
Parmalee,
I love you just
Sasha, plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corval, California, Champaign.
Are you tired of your tee shots ending up in the adjoining fairway while the rest of your foursome is hitting it down the middle? Well, experts will tell you that being properly fitted for golf clubs will help you stripe your drive center cut. The Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio and its team of trained PGA professionals are ready to help you get rid of your banana balls and duck hooks. Hagen Oaks Indoor-Outdoor Player Performance Studio fittings are available 7 days a week. Make yours today by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531.
It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper from Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. I just love my new Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV. You know, I used to have a Tesla for a number of years, but it felt like I was sitting at the kids' table. When I got my Mercedes-Benz EQS SUV, I finally felt like I had made it. I was sitting at the adult table. If you don't believe me, go test drive one for yourself. As soon as you hop in, you'll notice the comfort, the luxury, just the overall feel. Make the short drive down I-5 to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or go online anytime time at nbfstockton.com.
Your water heater, old, rusty, forgotten, we hardly ever even think about them until there's no hot water. Right now, get incredible rebates up to $3,000 off and financing available for as little as $40 a month. Leave it to Bonnie to crank up the heat.
He'll eat the table. Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Minutes, giving away tickets to see Rob Schneider. He returns to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs. Hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline at 1 p.m. And we will give out those tickets. But I want to hand this over to one Chris Watkins, who he's been on this for a minute. Jawan Jennings, career day, did something that we haven't seen done in the red and gold from the wide receiver position since Jerry Rice, the GOAT, in 1995, 3 touchdowns, 170 yards. And before you get into this, Chris, I will say there are people and things are coming out now, and, everybody's looking at film and saying, hey, well, Brandon Ayuk was getting a lot of attention, so let's keep that in mind. So I did see that throughout the break, but the floor is yours, Mr. Watkins.
I do just want to start off with some Raiders news as well. Antonio Pierce making some comments about the comments he made yesterday. Levi Damien, reporter for Raiders Wire, just put this out. Antonio Pierce said he put Aiden O'Connell in to, quote, give us a spark. Wouldn't say whether or not that means anything in terms of the Raiders spot going forward. When asked about Gardner Minshew starting, he said, I think we got to get with the players and evaluate everything from yesterday first. And Adam Schefter is taking that quote and saying, Raiders head coach Antonio Pierce told reporters he is not ruling out a quarterback change this week. And as well, when asked about the business decisions comment that he made that we played earlier, he said, I don't bite my tongue. I don't bite my tongue. So he is standing on business, standing on his comments, and is reportedly potentially not ruling out a quarterback change in week 4, which is just how the NFL tide turns. So quickly. We go from Minshew magic, Gardner Minshew is the Raiders savior, to, well, yeah, he might get benched a month in. So we'll see how that progresses, and we'll see if there's anything else, maybe some clarifying statements or anything that comes out on the Raiders front. We will definitely talk about that. But let's talk a little bit about one Jawan Jennings. And my argument, Alan, which is to me a very simple yet obvious argument of Jawan Jennings' performance yesterday is exactly why the 49ers didn't need to pay Brandon Ayuk what they paid him. $30 million is absolutely insane. And it's just, my argument was that Brandon Ayuk is not a $30 million receiver, but it's also that the Niners system was built on them, frankly, not needing 100% to be filled with talent. It was, hey, part of this is that the system creates space for you. You will be open. And of course, as an individual, you can help to highlight those features by making it even more dominant than what it already is. But to me, Jawan Jennings' performance just showed they didn't need to go out there and prioritize having 2 top-level receivers, because the system should allow that you shouldn't need 2 top-level receivers. It should allow you to be able to maybe get away with having what I thought at the time was a solid number 3 receiver, maybe somebody who's a fringe, probably replaceable level 2. But Jawan Jennings looked like he looked like he could be a number 1 receiver, but he looked like he spends a lot of his time at least on the field as their number 2 option. I think the fact that you just have a guy like that waiting in the wings, to me, again, is proof that you didn't need to go out there and drop the bag when you had an answer potentially in-house. I understand that that's a really, really big bet to make, especially when you are on this Super Bowl quest, but you had to at some point here pick somebody that wasn't going to get the bag, and this was a golden opportunity for me, or in my eyes, to say, look, receivers are a dime a dozen, and it feels like these days. Yes, they're incredibly valued and, are getting paid more than they ever have before, but how many receivers can you just find in a given year? How many, receivers are just underutilized and just can be used more or better in different situations and be highlighted? To me, they didn't need to go out there and spend the $30 million, and the 10 catch, 140 yard, 3 touchdown performance from one Jawan Jennings, which, you could say maybe came out of nowhere, or maybe you could say, look, in your biggest game last year when you needed somebody to step up, who was your Super Bowl MVP? Jawan Jennings. He had already shown you, he's been in your building for a couple years now. You should have known that you at least had a talent in the building that you felt good about. And maybe it wasn't 100% that he could replace Ayuk, and maybe you didn't even need to replace him with Ayuk. It could have been Debo. But I think the bigger thing is just the Niners did not need to shell out top dollar for receiver when they clearly already had somebody who is capable. And again, you're going to have to make a tough decision with one of these players at some point. You had a golden opportunity, and instead you possibly created a headache that, at this point looks like it's a long time in the rearview mirror, but by the end of the season could just be something that stacked on to an already incredibly stressful season and really set the tone from the start. I just think that this is a problem that could have been avoided a long time ago if the Niners just had faith in who they had in-house.
Yeah, and we've talked about how the Niners, you had Ayuk, you had Debo, you sign Jennings, you keep Jennings, you have Kittle, you have McCaffrey who can catch the ball, and then you draft Ricky Pearsall too.
Yes,
and
I didn't even mention Ricky Pearsall or Jacob Cowing.
Yeah, and you have Jacob Cowing, who neither of them have played yet. But if Ricky Pearsall hits, I mean, this drama, if this is a weird year.
Think about the Pearsall part of it. Yeah. That really adds to the argument too, because that's another receiver that it's like you just didn't need to pay Ayuk.
No, I think they were, honestly, Chris, scared money don't make no money. And I think they were just simply afraid of if it didn't work out and Ayuk cooking somewhere. And honestly, not sure what Brock would look like. Yes. I think if there was a game, I'll put it to you like this. If there was a game, and I know one game he missed Debo for a couple games, didn't look great. He missed Ayuk, but nothing was ever really bad or really good. If he played this game last season, I don't know that they pay Ayuk.
Jawan Jennings are saying if he had a game like this,
I'm saying if Brock did. If Brock has this game last season,
more faith that he could produce without weapons.
Exactly. Jawan does his thing. Yeah. No Debo, no Christian McCaffrey, no Kittle. I think they'd say, we're sorry, Ayuk. I know you're a cool decoy, but I think Debo could do similar things, or you can reverse that. You draft Ricky Pearsall and you say, Ayuk, I'm not paying you $30 million.
Sorry.
I'm not paying $30 million, brother. I think there was a part of the Niners who they didn't want to be wrong, and they felt like we can make the money work. And or, Chris, just because you paid him doesn't mean he's going to stay on the team. There might be somebody.
It's just a contract that he's living with.
Yeah,
right?
it's just a contract. You could, if the Patriots, you want to revisit,
still stand, right?
Steelers
3-0 out of nowhere.
You want to revisit. I mean, look, Ayuk is a guy, or at the end of the season, look, they know it's going to be
finished with 175. I called it 143.
Yes, 175. Come on. Hey, look, it's going to be Debo. It's going to be, and you know what? Everybody keeps on mentioning how they can, with Parag, they could maybe make this work. Maybe it just doesn't make sense to make it work.
That's what I'm saying.
If you're keeping Debo and you're keeping Ayuk,
spread it out a little,
Ricky
man.
Pearsall, you just re-signed Jawan Jennings. You still have George Kittle. You have Christian McCaffrey, who you really haven't even been able to utilize in the past game. Maybe it's just truly just a matter of everybody cannot eat.
Yeah.
They cannot eat in this offense. And to me,
we didn't even mention Jordan Mason either.
Jordan Mason as well. So to me, if Ayuk has a weird year, and Debo does go off, as everybody thought that Debo was going to go off,
week too.
Hey, we thought this was going to work out, but we also wouldn't mind getting this off the books.
Yeah, and they're and that Brock contract is coming pretty soon. I think that you would do yourself a lot of favors just by the Niners, as we know, for some reason have the most cap space of any team in the NFL. Like it would be nice if maybe they could use some of that money to spread the wealth a little bit. Again, like, do you really need to be elite at receiver when it looked like your secondary might have some issues here these past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Just to me feels like it just in terms of allocation, they could have really built this team out a little bit better instead of focusing so much on, which I get, you have to pick one. It's like, we kind of made our money by having the most stars of anyone in the league. And, we don't have the trophy to show for it, but it's pretty much worked out for us. Do we go away from that and maybe rely on a hand-picked couple of those stars to lead us the way? Or do we double down and do we just say, no, this got us here, let's keep that core intact? And as long as those 7-8 guys are on the field, the rest of the guys really just need to do their job and be replacement level football players, and we should still be great every year. It's just when you don't have 4 of those guys out there, it makes life a little bit difficult and not quite what you thought. So I just couldn't help but, as I've been hyper focused on this Brandon Ayuk $30 million contract, I just couldn't help but think, and again, I'm probably not alone, when a guy goes 11 for 175 and 3 touchdowns, maybe you didn't have to shell out top dollar, and you could have here's an idea, gotten a bargain. You could have gotten some actual value out of somebody instead of paying them exactly what they're worth.
Yeah, and again, there are a couple different conversations going on here, okay? There's whether or not you think Brandon Ayuk is a $30 million wide receiver.
Yep.
And then the other conversation is, do you think Brandon Ayuk is a $30 million wide receiver on this team?
Correct.
Those are two different conversations.
And that other one is pretty much your argument throughout the offseason, right? He might be for the Patriots or whatever, but the Niners are never going to utilize him in the same way. I believe your guy that you selected was Amon-Ra, right? It was like, he will never be asked to do what Amon-Ra is asked to do on a week-to-week basis.
And again, I know there's levels to this, and nobody is calling him Justin Jefferson, but you guys can honestly, and yes, Brock Purdy missed. He looked like Bryce Young on that last play. He missed Brandon Ayuk on that last play. But I would say this. Well, you got to look. Jawan Jennings is balling out because look how the defense is guarding Brandon Ayuk. Is the defense or any other $30 million?
He's the only player that gets double teamed, actually.
Yeah, the only now sound like Devin Booker complaining about double teams. You're telling me that all these other $30 million wide receivers aren't getting bracketed from safeties and stuff
just
like that?
Come on, Devontae open.
Yeah,
right?
just
Tyreek Hill. He's
that,
just
going
to run past you anyway. Why even guard him?
Just miss me with that. This is what elite wide receivers have to deal with. Coming up next, we hear from Kyle Shanahan on the loss during the post-game presser. And is anybody more down bad than one Bryce Young? Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And Logan Ryan picks him up. Looks like they're playing man. Laporte is over there as well. It's 5 out. It's empty on 4th down. Goff back. Not going to get out to his right. Being chased. Throws, and it is incomplete. The 49ers take over on 4th down. Again!
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
work. We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
The feet have a really big impact on how the rest of the body moves. The knees, the hips, the lower back especially. If the foot isn't properly aligned, all of these joints are going to function incorrectly. That results in a lot of muscle tension and chronic pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that the right arch supports can put the foot in its proper alignment. So all the joints of the rest of the body will be aligned properly as well. And when the body's aligned, we can reduce the risk of injury and chronic pain.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
DC here for Folsom Lake Kia, where they make car shopping easy with a huge selection of new Kia models, low payments, and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, your trusted dealer in Folsom for over 25 years. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sacktown Sports.
Giving away Rob Schneider tickets in 15 minutes. Might want to switch on over if you are on the app. Rob Schneider returned to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs. And of course, Sacktown Sports wants you in the building. Hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline at 1 p.m. Score that pair of tickets. Check out Rob Schneider at Hard Rock Live October 4th, courtesy of Live Nation. Let's hear from Kyle Shanahan on the 49ers loss to the Rams.
Thought we had every chance to win that game. I thought also we had a number of times in the game we had opportunities to run away with it, especially early in the game, having that 14-point lead. And they hadn't really moved the ball on our D and starting with that fake punt. I think after that, I feel like he went like 8 of his next 10 or something like that. So that got him back in the game. There at the end, a couple, we want to go in and score on that drive. Obviously a touchdown. We ended up getting a field goal. I believe it made it 2 scores. But then they went right down and answered with a field goal. I thought we had a chance to make it a 2-score game. We ended up missing that field goal. And then I think they got a bomb where they went down there right away. They didn't make them really work for it. They got a big chunk, got behind their defense too much today. Gave them some easy ones in that way. And you saw what happened at the end.
There you go. I mean, he really just lays it out, doesn't really say too much as far as why certain things happen, but you know how these things go. I would say this, Chris, there's a lot of blame to go around, and we played the Nick Bosa sound earlier in the show. I do think this is interesting. Nick Bosa is tied for 25th most sacks in the NFL through 3 games with only 2. And people are wondering, where is Nick Bosa? And where are a lot of guys on this Niners defense? And we were sold on this team. We were sold on this roster being one of the most talented rosters, not just in the NFL, but out of these last couple of runs for the Niners. And it's still early. They can turn it around, but it was bad. And I didn't even really go over, Chris, we talk so much about the end of the game. Yeah, you come out and you put up 14 straight points, 14-0. I don't know what's worse. I mean, obviously it's the beginning of the game, but you could have just, really kept your foot on the gas there and just never gave the Rams an opportunity to breathe. So I think that's not as bad as the end of the game, but really you should have never been in that situation.
No, never should have. I mean, I think that's the weird part about the game is that you're the one who's always saying like the Niners, when they stay on schedule, and it's right, when they stay on schedule, they are almost impossible to beat. When they're up, when they have that 10-point cushion, especially early in the game, they just have the ability to run the ball out, to create first down after first down, and their defense stops you, and it makes it really, really tough when you're trying to be aggressive. And that's the weird thing about this loss is the Niners were on schedule. Everything looked good. Everything was going in the right way. Brock is performing when people had questions on whether he could. They just couldn't get it done at the end. They couldn't execute when you really, really needed to. And whether it was the field goal, whether it was the drops, whether it was the Brock missing Brandon Ayuk, it just things that feel like they normally go in the 49ers direction just didn't go their way. And I think, maybe again, it is a little bit of a sign that some of that magic, which is what I think you need. You do need a little bit of luck on your side in order to have really amazing seasons. And maybe some of that luck is gone. Maybe some of that magic is gone. Did you feel like I kind of felt like they weren't running the ball enough either. And we've talked about that with Kyle a couple of times.
Yeah.
But especially with how Jordan Mason has performed. He wasn't great on Sunday, 4 yards a carry, but he got 19 carries, which again is fine, especially looking at just the number. But in the game, didn't really feel like the Niners were prioritizing running the ball.
Yeah, I don't know if what Kyle gets scared off of, but it's almost like and maybe it's not just a McVay thing because he's done it against other teams. It's like he's overthinking everything. Yeah. And it's, they're going to think we're going to be running all day. So let's throw. Yeah. And I
stay
just
aggressive.
Right. Stay aggressive. I don't know why he does some of the things that he does. And then when you look back on it and you just say, then you have all these things that you're wondering. Again, with all that being said, yeah, if it's a more balanced, maybe it's bad when you see a lot of times in basketball, when you see guys, they score 60 points. How many times, Chris, have you seen a guy score 60 points and it's in a loss? Because what does that mean? Other guys weren't doing anything. De'Aaron Fox. When you see him go off a lot of times, they don't win that game because that means there's not a balanced offense. Nothing else is happening. It's probably not. It's great for Jawan Jennings' career, right? And it was cool to watch, but probably not good. Right. That one guy had 175 yards, and you're not ever going to talk about the 3 touchdowns as being a bad thing, but it just speaks to the lack of defense on the Rams side, but also the lack of balance in that Niners offense. And it, at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. So we can sit here and say, well, you got the production, sure, but there's different ways to get production. You control the clock more when you run the football. We know all these things, and ultimately, it was not enough. It wasn't enough.
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll see if it can continue. I mean, I think, it's a good opportunity for, again, the defense to kind of center itself and realize that things aren't going to be easy and they're going to have to earn everything that they get this year. And, we'll see. I mean, they're still talented. They still, the help is on the way. It's not like the guys who are injured are going to be out for the entirety of the year. But right now it does feel like, as every team in the NFL is trying to figure out, okay, who are we? What exactly is our identity going to be? Feels like the Niners are definitely going through a bit of an identity crisis right now. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see who they rely on to pull them out of this hole. Are they going to lean into Brock being a little bit more of a creator now that they maybe have a little bit more faith in him? Are they going to continue to rely on the defense? That's what I would have done. I would have said coming into this game that this game's going to be won if the defense takes care of what they should take care of and hold a really, really injured Rams team who has their 2 best receivers out. Don't let them score 20. And I think this game is very easily handed. So I do kind of think that the pressure is more so on the Niners defense to get things back on track than their offense. I think the fact that their offense puts up 24 points with the injuries they had, I think you have to be perfectly fine and maybe even impressed by that. If anything, the defense is the thing that needs to shape up. And I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon.
Yeah, 916 is saying Roddy Bell, man. And then they say Allen after that. Look, he's got a piece of the pie too. if you do look back at that, I got to be real careful here. Look back at that catch though, Chris. It was a bomb. I mean, it wasn't a fluke to Ayuk.
Oh, you're talking
bomb.
about the Ronnie Bell drop.
The Ronnie Bell drop.
Yeah.
It's bad, but it wasn't a Saquon. Let's not talk about it like the Saquon drop.
I mean, you're a wide receiver.
Look, but no,
there's no
saying,
excuses for dropping the ball.
No. There's not. Watch it again.
Okay.
Watch it again.
Okay.
And on the other side, we'll discuss. Because I watched it again, and I thought, when it comes to the blame pie and the slice that Ronnie, and he did have a couple drops, don't get me wrong.
2.
But the second one specifically, just rewatch. Let's not talk. All I'm saying is let's not talk about it like it was a running back gimme, like a Saquon situation. I see the face. No, let's talk about it on the other side. Other side. Everybody go rewatch it.
Yeah.
Rewatch it, and we will discuss it on the other side. We also have our top stories at the top of the hour, and we give away the Rob Schneider tickets, Hard Rock Live, October 4th. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Hey, this is Greg Papa. Are you working through a major insurance claim? Sunpoint Public Adjusters can help. Sunpoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to, not what just some adjuster working for an insurance company thinks you should get. Call Sunpoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. Sunpoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Model Year End pricing is back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
During the Model Year End event, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make lower payments. It's no wonder why Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop. Come in today or check out our entire inventory online at folsomlakehonda.com.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at folsomlakehonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to folsomlakehonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop. She used to meet me on the side.
Khalid, live in concert. See him performing at the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, October 5th. Get tickets now at ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss the sensational Khalid for one night only at the venue at Thunder Valley, Saturday, October 5th. For more, visit KhalidOfficial.com.
When I want to stretch out after a long day, my sofa needs to be comfortable, but it also needs to look attractive and inviting when guests come to visit. I am Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. We spend so much time on our living room sofas that we forget they're a focal point and a hint to our decorating tastes. Right now, during Naturewood Home Furnishings sofa sale, you can save on every sofa, including gallery-exclusive custom-ordered flex steel furniture. Whether you're interested in a new sofa, sectional, or recliner, you can choose from hundreds of colors and fabrics. Nobody has more styles and choices than Naturewood Home Furnishings. And when it comes right down to it, it's all about choices and always about quality. Shop Naturewood for the look you love at a price you'll love even more. Visit Naturewood Home Furnishings right now for this remarkable sofa sale off Highway 50 at Hazel look for the water wheel.
Jerry and Kenny here from Bell Brothers, the No Surprise guys. We love that old song, Respect. You know, RESPECT. It's a good song and a good business philosophy. At Bell Brothers, everything we do is designed to show respect for our customers. We show up on time out of respect. Our technicians are clean-cut, friendly, and wear identification badges. Out of respect. We do good deeds for free for our customers and leave their homes cleaner than we found them. That's right, out of respect. So, if you want plumbing and AC service from a company that will show you some RESPECT, call Bell Brothers. We promise to respect your time, your home, and you. Call Bell Brothers right now to schedule an $87 precision tune-up. Or call if you have plumbing problems. Our number is 916-444-1234 or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Tape it on the local level.
Live and local, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports.
Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
We watched it again. Chris and I watched it together. Nate refused to watch the Ronnie Bell catch. Giveaway coming up.
It wasn't a catch either.
Or the Ronnie Bell drop. Giveaway coming up. Chris, we rewatched it. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel like he should have caught it even more now. After doing it frame by frame, there's about the last 8 frames. Looks like he should 1,000,000% catch the ball. So I am definitely even more so on the side of, he definitely should have caught that. 100%. Like, there's pretty much no excuse for being a professional wide receiver and dropping that ball.
Interesting.
Legitimately think high school kids can make that catch. I think I could make that catch. I legitimately think so.
Body was turned a little bit.
That's right.
Got to make the catch. Got to make the catch.
Not according to you.
I just said to rewatch it. I just said I don't know if it was a gimme. It is a gimme, but I think they're levels, right?
How's that goalpost?
It's always moving. You know it is. And Rob Schneider is going to be moving as he returns to Sacramento for a night of nonstop laughs. And, of course, Sacktown Sports wants you in the building. Hit up the Folsom Lake Honda hotline right now, looking for caller number 5. Caller number 5 to score that pair of tickets. Check out Rob Schneider at Hard Rock Live, October 4th, courtesy of Live Nation. For more information, visit sacktownsports.com. Caller number 5. Caller number 5, caller number 5, caller number 5, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140, and here the calls come running in, Chris and Nate. All right, Nate, before you answer that caller number 5, let's get that music going for top stories. At the top of the hour, Michael Baldacci on the Sack Chat. Styles making excuses because he has bricks for hands himself, is what it sounds like. No, I do not. I am a very good ball catcher, okay? Whether it's baseball, football. And I don't need the gloves either. I don't need to stick them. All right, looks like Nate might have found somebody. Let's get to the top stories at the top of the hour. Chris, first things first, the awards come out for the WNBA. Asia Wilson wins unanimous MVP. Meanwhile, Caitlin Clark wins Rookie of the Year. The first unanimous winner of the award is Asia Wilson since the Houston Comets' Cynthia Cooper in the WNBA's inaugural season in 1997. It is Wilson's 3rd WNBA MVP award, having won it in 2020 and 2022. And, of course, can't say enough about one Caitlin Clark winning that Rookie of the Year race against Angel Reese. Angel Reese obviously getting injured towards the end of the season. Now she's doing her podcast as well, but I think it was always going to be Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, Caitlin was unanimous as well. Very deserving of that. They got absolutely boat raced in their first playoff game yesterday. Yesterday was a good day for I doubt anybody caught any of the first game of the playoffs with it going head-to-head with football. I have no idea what the WNBA was doing with that one.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they got absolutely raced. Asia, very, very deserving. She set the WNBA record for points and rebounds in a season this year. I don't think I've ever seen somebody be as dominant as Aisha Wilson was this season. I'm talking like Shaq level dominance. She just can't be stopped. She can score from just about anywhere inside the arc. She started bringing the ball down this year. I know the Aces are a 4 seed this year, but they definitely can win a title. They just got to get through Liberty round 2, but incredible season for both of those two women.
There you go. Next, and Chris, you found this one, so I will let you read this one off.
I'm excited to find out more about this, and I would love if we get some texts, some sack chats maybe. If you've tried this establishment before, please let us know. Because yesterday, or at least this article was written yesterday, I believe over the weekend, Yelp released a list of the 25 best Mexican restaurants in the nation. And we had a place in the Sacramento area land third. The Char Market in Carmichael was the highest ranking California restaurant on Yelp's list, again, landing third. The Char Market brought a true culinary experience to an area in which has been pretty much a food dessert. Foothill Farms president said to the Sacramento Bee. The Char Market, again, third on Yelp's 25 best Mexican restaurants in the nation, in the entirety of the country. Alan, I haven't been out there. The fast casual Mexican grill opened in the summer of 2023, has nearly 200 5-star reviews on Yelp. Should I just do the last hour by myself? I assume you're gonna run over and go grab some Char Market.
I'm looking up the menu right now. I don't. That's crazy, man. I mean,
third in the nation, and I've never heard of this place.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. And I think the most impressive thing is, well, do you have the whole list or no? Because I am curious.
I do not. I'm pretty sure I could access it if I needed to.
Yeah, I'm looking here. It doesn't seem like they have a website from what I'm seeing.
Really?
When you click the website,
so it's a need to know basis.
Yeah, it goes to their Instagram.
Okay.
So I guess you just got to slide through and go from there. But yeah, it says right here on the Instagram, voted number 3 best Mexican restaurant in the U.S. Yeah, I am extremely intrigued. I mean, there's so many options in California to be number 3.
Highest in California as well.
Yeah, that's nuts.
You know?
That's nuts. I got to get out
You were just asking, the other day about where you can find burritos too, and this was not on our list, and I have the list up here now as well.
Okay.
Number 1 was a place in Las Vegas.
What's that called?
La Paleta.
Okay.
Number 2 is Aroma Latin America Cocina in Henderson, Nevada. So, hey, apparently, if you're not in the Vegas area, this is the best place you can go to. Is the Char Market.
Places, before I give this any validity,
I believe there was
credibility.
only one Bay Area place. I believe there's only 2 California locations listed. Number 4 is in Utah. Number 5 is in Idaho. Number 6, Restaurante Los Primos in Palm Desert, California.
What?
We have a place in Portland, Oregon, Hawaii, Texas again. Missouri, Oregon, Georgia, Kansas,
Georgia,
Chicago, Columbus, Ohio, Tuscaloosa.
This is crazy.
Pensacola, Lafayette, Colorado.
This is Mexican food?
Golden, Colorado. Yeah, these are all Mexican establishments. Phoenix, Arizona. Another place in Hawaii. Green River, Utah, coming in at number 23. Number 24, Benson, Arizona. And number 25, a location in Miami, Florida. So no Bay Area locations in the Yelp.
I'm done.
Top 25.
We're done here.
Okay. They're
still
trying to let you know.
I'm still gonna go to Char Market.
We gotta go. We have to go.
Yeah, we have to go.
We there's no option. And I'm not even gonna ask for reviews, I assume. And it's just 8 months after opening as well.
Wow.
Absolutely insane.
Looks like they're closed on Monday, so can't go today.
Okay, that's how you know it's good. You know, if you can afford to just straight up close your business for a full day. Let's see. It says
11 to 8 every
says
day.
They've got the works as well. They've got your tacos, your burritos, nachos. Let's see, salad, fries. It sounds great. Sounds great. We got to get out there. We got to get out there.
Yeah.
Bone marrow plate.
There you go.
Come on now.
Wow.
This sounds different.
Good for them. Good for them, and not good for this guy, C.J. Abrams of the Washington Nationals. He was optioned to Class A West Palm Beach after violating curfew by being at a casino until 8 a.m. That happened on Friday. I mean, guys, that's pretty incredible, man.
Did you see him out there at the fight?
Nate. If it was up to Nate, I would have saw him. If it was up to me, Wow. So yeah,
that's bad.
That's bad. And he, hasn't been playing that well. And people didn't know because the option came out first. And then after the option came out, or the news about the option, they found out, or it was released, that he was caught up at the casino.
Probably got in trouble. Yeah. Like he got in trouble at the casino. Like it's just a bit of a strange, because CJ Abrams, he's a pretty good like they like him. He's like an actual player.
Yeah.
And for them to option him, I'm not. It's not the best story I've ever heard. Him out at a casino till 8, but you're really you're gonna cut it. Like I don't know. It feels like there might be a little bit more to the story there than what we just know so far.
Yeah,
it just seems a little bit excessive. Now 8 a.m. is also pretty excessive.
They sent him down, and the team stinks. So. A lot of people, and then and you know how it is nowadays. There's a picture. Did you see the picture? There's a picture going around.
Of course, him probably standing at a table.
It appears to be him at a roulette table. Love the game choice, by the way, but just not. Again, nowadays, it looks like a real picture, but yeah, he got caught up.
So he was optioned before he was cut. Because that's what I was going to say is maybe even just move him, maybe just send him down to AAA the rest of the year.
No, but that's all that they did.
So he was already down?
Oh, okay. He was just optioned to Class A.
Gotcha.
Yes, he's still in the organization.
Gotcha.
Yes, he just has to kick it with
they waived him.
I can imagine.
That's a bit much.
Yeah, the Class A team for the Nationals cannot be a fun time.
Probably not.
It cannot be a fun time. And Chris, something that you reported on earlier, the conflicting reports now about Gonzaga to the Pac-12. You have On3 saying that they're gone, Action Network saying that they're gone, front office saying that nothing was offered yet or hasn't been offered yet. So I don't know. I appreciate, we talk a lot about front office, but if Action and On3 are putting their names on it,
right?
Seems like they were just front office is waiting for the official thing here. And last but not least, this is the same conference that Temple is in. Front Office Sports reports Memphis, UTSA, USF, and Tulane just released a joint statement saying they're staying in the AAC, the American Athletic Conference. This is on the heels of some of them, mainly Tulane being connected.
I know there's a couple of them. It might have been all of them, but I know I've at least heard some names of those.
Yeah, Tulane being connected to the Pac-12. I mean, does nobody care about the logistical nightmare that's going on here? I mean, Stanford had to. Where were they? They're
in the ACC now.
They just beat Syracuse.
Yes,
they had to go all the way out there on a Thursday. I mean, this is brutal, man. This is brutal, but hey, I guess if the money makes sense for everybody involved, including the athletes, that's how it gets down. There is fake sound going around that we did not play from the Shedeur Sanders Hail Mary toss, but that was a crazy game, Chris.
Yeah.
From the college football front, did not expect the Buffs to be able to pull that one off, and they're doing just enough to stay just relevant enough and be in these conversations. Sure. And once again, if you are a team looking for a quarterback, what about Shedeur in Miami?
Why not? Yeah, I mean it's big time enough.
It's big time enough. You got weapons.
I pitched this idea on Friday, but we didn't have time. I think that's like one of the only places where maybe it would work because I think personality.
Yeah,
he's got to go somewhere where they'll let him be him, and I think Miami is a place for that. I don't think there's a lot of
McDaniel.
Yes, exactly.
Sure. Yeah,
and just Miami flu culture.
Look at my watch.
Yeah.
I definitely.
He's gonna get his own watch.
Those
they're gonna do it together.
The breakup's gonna be nasty between the two, but there's gonna be some fun rides throughout.
Yeah, I mean, and the bottom line is Tua isn't saying that he's done, right? But what's the timeline on this though?
I think he might be able to come back this week. I mean, there was rumors he might come back this week.
I guess what I'm saying is if you're the Dolphins, you cannot be looking at Tua now the same way. I mean, you got to get yourself a Tyrod Taylor. The idea that is Tua going to be the quarterback for the Dolphins in 5 years, I can't confidently say that. I cannot confidently say that. You got to go out, get yourself a Tyrod or somebody. What's up, Nate?
So I thought this was true. I had to double check. Tua was put on IR. So as far as I know, that's a mandatory.
There you go.
Yes,
4 weeks.
I'm saying big picture.
Yeah. I just think it was mentioned. Well, he might come back next week.
Right.
So I don't know. It seems like normal since I don't think I've ever seen an IR for like concussions before. Like any sort of injury, like head injuries.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if there's a different rule when it came to that, but as far as I know,
same
right
idea.
Now, yeah.
Also, they are reporting today, this came out an hour ago, Tua says he, quote, feels fine. 11 days removed for concussion. He will meet with neurologists this week to get a crucial update on his recovery process after originally scheduling to get tested last week.
Yeah, I saw something about that too. It was some sort of the phrase used was a schedule mix-up. And that's why he missed his appointment. So that's a little fishy there, no pun intended.
Maybe
Dolphins.
he forgot his
Literally, dude, like,
yeah.
I'm not even joking. It could be something, something related.
All right.
They're also saying Skylar Thompson
It's all alleged.
could be out long term here.
He got injured?
He left the third quarter with a chest injury. Reports said after the game, Thompson struggled to dress himself. According to the Miami Herald, he needed assistance packing up his things.
Trey Lance.
I mean,
we are approaching anything as possible. We are approaching Colin Kaepernick's phone might be ringing sometime soon here.
You can't put these guys' bodies on the line
probably gets a call
with
first.
just no chance of doing anything.
Brady wanted to be in Miami. That was one of his choices.
Tim
It's
Boyle.
not the Raiders, so he can play. Right?
Yeah, Tim Boyle backed up Skylar Thompson.
Yes.
You can't have Tyreek. We'd say the same thing about Devontae Adams.
It's a waste.
You cannot waste this season. I'm excited to see who they go after because you can't roll in with Tim Boyle.
No.
That's that is malpractice.
Yeah.
That is malpractice. Coming up next, we look at the game for tonight and we make our picks. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, venues, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Congrats to our winner of the Rob Schneider tickets.
His name's Rob, too.
Congrats, Rob to Rob connection. You'll have 4 more chances to win the Rob Schneider tickets. Yeah, 916 is saying they have Tyler Huntley. So my guess is that Tyler Huntley might even start. I guess the playbook is the question. But Tyler Huntley's shown some flashes.
Sure.
He's done enough.
Won a
Pro
playoff
bowler,
game, right?
Pro
Yeah.
bowler. So yeah, I just it can't be Tim Boyle.
No.
As we take a look, and Chris, I saw some highlights going around the Cowboys, man. I mean, every year, and a lot of people just don't think the Cowboys are that good, but CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott having some words. I mean, CeeDee Lamb got the bag, Dak got the bag, but it's just those two and a bunch of nobodies. And I just don't understand. It's funny, Chris, we've talked so much about how the EPA, the expected play average for running plays is now higher than passing plays this season, at least so far this season. And I just don't understand. And I like a Deuce Vaughn, got a great story, smaller dude. I think it's a great story and all that, but you got what's left of Zeke. Okay. You have Zeke skeleton. You have Deuce Vaughn. I just don't understand.
How about Rico
Dowdle? And Jerry Jones came out. He was asked because, King Henry went crazy on him. He said he was too expensive. Well, you gotta make sure that you buy the stuff that you actually need there, Jerry. And I just don't know how you have no wide receiver 2 and no true running back 1. I don't understand what the Cowboys are doing. It just doesn't make any sense to me. And maybe they'll try to address it in the draft, but they're already cooked for this week. But we're about to do some cooking ourselves with the Jaguars and the Bills. Chris, let's start here. The Bills are favored by 5. They're in Buffalo. Lawrence has lost 8 straight starts dating to last season. The Jaguars' only win over that stretch against the Panthers on December 31st came when he sat out with a sprained shoulder. With 12 plays of 20 or more yards, the Jaguars had produced the most explosive plays in the NFL entering week 3. Let's start with well, actually, there's a little bit of gameplay here because we're pretty tight. I think
I'm up by. I think I have 8, and you guys both have 7.
Yeah,
I think you have 7. We have 6.
Oh, excuse me. So then I should start, right? So you guys can go off my opinion.
Sure. I like that.
Okay. All Bills all day.
Yeah,
the Bills have not only an extra long week, an extra long week. I believe their last game was Thursday last week, and that was when Tua got knocked out. Correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's Monday now. They've gotten those extra 3-4 days plus one more, and it's prime time. I think it's in Buffalo. Jacksonville looks horrible. All the writing's on the wall for Jacksonville to lose, so maybe upset alert. But -5, I'm taking the Bills and the points.
Yeah, I can't really afford. I don't want to fall back behind Nate any worse, Chris. He's put the blocker up just like we're playing, tic-tac-toe or Connect 4, and I'm just going to go Bills as well. There's a part of me that wants to go Jags, but it's only week 3. I'm not going to do it yet.
I will. I'm going to go Jacksonville. I need a little bit of difference here, and I would much rather take the Jags over the Commanders. So in order to gain a game on the week, I'm going to pick the Jacksonville Jaguars to upset the Buffalo Bills.
Wow.
A lot of rust, Nate. That's what I'm reading it as. Rest over rust? No, rust over rest.
Dude, Keon Coleman
haven't played him forever.
Get ready for Josh Allen's 130 yards passing.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing.
It's going to look like that Monday night last year against the Jets.
Well, you kind of answered this second question, Chris, with the Bengals at -7.5. Joe Burrow has played in 6 NFL games after losing 2 in a row. The Bengals are 5-0-1 against the spread in those. T. Higgins makes his season debut tonight. 7.5. I still think something's off with the Bengals, but I'm going to take the Bengals. I wouldn't touch the 7.5, but I'll take the Bengals.
I will as well take the Bengals. I can't see this as an 0-3 team. The Commanders have, honestly, Jaden Daniels has looked pretty decent, especially in terms of rookie quarterbacks, but I just think the Bengals absolutely have to have this Monday Night Football potential to go 0-3 and have everybody talking about them tomorrow if they lose. I think that they step up and just get an easy win. I mean, it's really not even one that they should be stressing over, but got to get the win here on Monday night against a pretty downed Commanders team.
So, Alan, you're pretty much conceding that.
Yes, he is.
Okay, because you have till the end of the show to make a change. Nothing after that. That's our rule here at Stiles Watkins.
It's week 3.
Okay, so all right.
So, yes, he is conceding.
Then, obviously, I'm taking the Bengals. They're in the Survivor League here at work. I'm one of the, I'm pretty deep into that. A lot of people got knocked out. So I need the Bengals. I need the Bengals tonight.
There you go.
Plain and simple.
That's an interesting selection to go with. They were the ones that you just felt like more than anybody else. You just had more confidence in them.
It's desperation. I'm just watching a real desperate team play. I definitely wasn't going to pick the Raiders against the Panthers.
Definitely not.
I wasn't going to pick the Niners.
Right.
I mean,
should have picked the Panthers. Stood on business. Who knows when they're going to win another game?
Why? Oh, no one else is ever going to.
Yeah, I guess these would have been a pretty tough week because even like the Broncos might have been a name to circle and they ended up winning. So
I'm trying
maybe you did pick the right one.
Save better teams as well too.
Right.
I haven't picked a really good team yet.
Right.
I guess besides the Texans, but still.
Pick against the Titans. That would be my advice.
Yes. That's good advice.
Well, they play the Dolphins next week, so
yeah.
look out for that one.
They already played the Bears, so it's like I'm not taking the Bears ever. The Bears are off, but regardless, taking the Bengals tonight be a very interesting matchup here to see what the Commanders do.
There you go. Prop talk coming up next. And we also have an open letter from one John Fisher to A's fans. We'll read that for you when we return. Stiles Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Your Monday forecast is feeling pretty toasty for this afternoon. Temperatures will peak today in the mid to upper 90s. Overnight lows drop back to the low 60s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
DC here for Folsom Lake Kia, where they make car shopping easy with a huge selection of new Kia models, low payments, and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, your trusted dealer in Folsom for over 25 years. FolsomLakeKia.com.
Deftones. North American Tour 2025. Live in Sacramento. Golden One Center. Saturday, March 1st. With special guests, the Mars Volta and Fleshwater. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. For more, visit Deftones.com.
As a mom, I'd do anything to keep my child out of physical pain. Dr. Pamela Maida is a board-certified orthopedic surgeon. As a doctor, I know that growth spurts can cause pain in my child's feet, and that can affect their legs and back too. Good Feet Youth Arch Supports are designed to alleviate, even eliminate common pain. Investing in youth arch supports for your child or teen is one of the best decisions you can make.
Come to the Good Feet store now for a free fitting and test walk.
Finally, an easy way to find home improvement contractors. Just visit subcontractorsunited.com and simplify your search for home services professionals. From cabinets to windows, roofing to plumbing, Subcontractors United is an easy, simple way to find and hire a home improvement contractor. And you never have to give up personal information. So no harassing phone calls like you get from those other websites. Subcontractorsunited.com is sponsored by D&D Cabinets and Savage Design.
Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dierks Bentley, Harmony, plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corbell, California, Champaign.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sep Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is, live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sep Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sep's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
What sets Ashton & Price apart from other injury law firms? I'll tell you. From beginning to end, all important legal decisions are made directly between our clients and their experienced local attorney. A gate agent flying the plane, the receptionist performing surgery, not a chance. There's simply no substitute for the unique power of the direct attorney-client relationship offered by Ashton & Price. And there's never a fee until we win, and between you and me, we win a lot.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for American Energy Heating and Air with a question. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system? and you were a bit surprised at how much it cost? Or did something seem off about their quote? Because at American Energy, they take pride in giving you honest, straightforward solutions to get that system up and running. Have their qualified technicians come out and give you a free second opinion. It's free. You got nothing to lose but some dollars off of that original quote. They're making the uncomfortable comfortable. They've been doing it since 1981, serving the greater Sacramento area. A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they keep having customers coming back for more and more and more. You can call them and set that appointment at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
John Fisher is back in the news. I'm sure the morning show will have some things to say tomorrow. And Drive Guys coming up next in 30 minutes. John Fisher, an open letter to A's fans with the last homestand happening this week. We won't read all of it, but, he talks about the 4 World Series championships, the 6 pennants, the 17 division titles. I will just skip to the second half of the letter where it kind of more so talks about what is next for the A's and leaving Oakland. He says the A's are part of the fabric of Oakland, the East Bay, and the entire Bay Area. When Lou Wolf and I bought the team in 2005, our dream was to win world championships and build a new ballpark in Oakland. Over the next 18 years, we did our very best to make that happen. We proposed and pursued 5 different locations in the Bay Area, and despite mutual and ongoing efforts to get a deal done for the Howard Terminal project, we came up short. Only in 2021, after 16 years of working exclusively on developing a home in the Bay Area and faced with a binding MLB agreement to find a new home by 2024, did we begin to explore taking the team to Las Vegas. There are millions of dedicated and passionate A's fans in Oakland and around the world. Countless dedicated staff members and Oakland Coliseum employees have poured their hearts into this team, and their efforts have meant so much to our community. I know there's great disappointment, even bitterness. Though I wish I could speak to each one of you individually, I can tell you this from the heart. We tried. Staying in Oakland was our goal. It was our mission, and we failed to achieve it. And for that, I am genuinely sorry. Looking ahead, I hope you will join our beloved A's as we move forward on this amazing journey. I hope I will see you again sporting the green and gold, and I hope we will make you proud. That is the second half of the John Fisher letter, not being received very well. This thing will continue to just go back and forth between what could have been done on one side, what could have been done on the other. But yeah, Chris, it's not going well for him, and I think that he probably understood that was going to happen, but he was going to put out something. It's just the whole thing is a mess. The whole thing is just sad.
Yeah, it gives big BP oil spill energy where it's just like, we're sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We're sorry.
We're sorry.
Hey, we tried.
Yep.
Remember, we tried, and we really, really wanted to make this work. Trust me. Hey, trust me. No one wanted this more than me.
More than me.
And nobody's more heartbroken by the fact that this just didn't work out more than me. So, yeah, take this letter, and this should make everybody feel better. I just don't know what. You block off your Twitter comments so nobody can reply to you, and you're dodging interviews left and right. People had to it seemed corner Dave Cavill and when he was here in Sacramento in order to ask him questions.
Yeah.
It's just, it's what I don't know what else we really should have expected, but this is just, it feels like it's built to upset A's fans. And, I don't know. I just hope that this shines a light to not just, people here locally, but to everybody in baseball, to fans all over the map, that this guy's an idiot. And this is just exactly how you don't treat a fan base on the way out, is giving them a nice little open letter and thinking that do you think that they thought this was going to solve any, like, did they think this would make people feel better? Like, what is the purpose of releasing this? And I get
it over with.
Yeah, I guess it had to happen at some point, but maybe exactly like you said, get it over with. Maybe it'll get overshadowed by the fact that you're actually going to have the last games here played this week, but it seems tone deaf and clearly, I just don't know what the intention was.
Yeah, I think it's just getting it over with and just to say, hey, we said something. We know they're going to hate it. Let's just move forward. I think the letter itself, as I just read the second half, because it is a bit lengthy, I think the letter itself, and a lot of people are, saying the idea of an open letter, they have a problem with that versus going about it in a different way.
Take questions.
Yeah. But then I think that's the problem, right? You say, I wish I could talk to each and every one of you. Well, you haven't really tried to talk to anybody.
Not at all.
That's been the issue here. So, and even, Dave Cavell, who kind of, that was basically a year or two ago where it was a lot of Dave Cavell just kind of being thrown into the fire. He even said, I'm not doing this anymore. You're going to have to catch me slipping. And he got caught slipping a couple times. Yeah. Like you said, some of those interviews were hilarious because it honestly felt like you cornering somebody like I do, if my cat, is like in the way or something, I corner her, don't let her get out. That's how you had to treat Dave Cavell just to get where are you going? Just to get a sound bite. So that it is what it is. And we'll see what is next, as this thing is not going to go away. But Chris, you will be there, boots on the ground as an observer, not media.
Put an F word or
anything. No, I don't
know how many fans
Dave might not let you do the show on Friday. He actually might not let you do the show on Friday. and Lord knows if it's just me in the crosstalk, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. All right, let's get into some prop talk. And I think we're just kind of a open letter and an open forum here on how we want to do it with the back-to-back games, guys. I know I didn't hit on my Jake Moody pick, so I'm not even going to waste my time on that. Sounds like both of you did hit though.
Yes,
so.
The easiest over ever. Jawan Jennings, 42.5 yards over.
Wow, you should have did the demon.
I did.
Did the demon.
I did a demon, yeah.
Maybe personally.
Wow.
Maybe.
Y'all didn't hit.
Nate got Javon Hargrave over 0.25 sacks. So all he needed was a half, and he got a whole.
That's right.
And then he didn't play the rest of the game. No. He was on the field, but he didn't play.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
There you go.
He's taking a nap out there.
Anybody want to go first for the games today?
Yeah. Do we want to do one for each game? Do we just want to do one for the night? I think we can do one for the night for time.
Yeah, one for the night. Yeah.
Okay. I am really liking. I was looking, and the Jacksonville Jags like to blitz a lot, so I was maybe thinking, is that going to lead to more dump offs? Is that going to maybe be a Josh Allen rushing yards? I think I'm just going to take the James Cook here, and it was, where did it go? I had James Cook receiving yards, and I believe it was at 18.5. I just think that they're going to dump it off a bit, and I think James really big week on that Thursday night game. I think 19.5. I'll take over James Cook receiving yards, 19.5. I think some dump offs are going to happen.
Nate?
I'm rocking with Mr. Josh Allen. I'm going the kind of the opposite of where it just disappeared on me. But Josh Allen is set kind of high when it comes to passing yards. That's not something I really want to mess with right now. It hasn't been his forte this season.
233.5 is the number.
Yeah, 233.5. And I'm taking the under on that. I'm thinking around 200, 210.
Okay.
I like that a lot. I do not enjoy the Buffalo receiving crew very much this year.
And last but not least, you have one Alan Stiles, a.k.a. a Sizzle. And I'm going to take, since you guys did one game, I'm going to do the other, I think, on a hybrid version of prime time because there's two games going on. The Bengals might run away with this thing, but I think Jaden Daniels will be running around himself, 49.5 rush yards.
Oh, yeah. That's the only way they can get any yards.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I do want to. I'm
80 last week or something.
I know the Bills game is obviously the bigger game, but I do want to just sit and if Baby Stiles will let me, I just want to watch Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing, okay, he's not really throwing the football. What's happening What is happening with Jaden Daniels in Washington?
He's not big either.
No,
he's
not.
running
But I'm
into
just talking about
dudes.
throwing the football.
No, I know. Like,
when are you going to throw and today he's going to throw the football, and I'm going to miss out on the rushing. I would actually trade that to see this man throw the football. I would.
I will say, just in general, this prop, he hasn't thrown one yet. It's 0.5 interceptions for Jaden Daniels too. Kind of like that. He hasn't thrown a pick yet this year.
He's fumbled twice, I believe.
Yeah, and actually, I would stay with the Bengals with that secondary who went Odell Beckham.
Sure.
Well, he's going to have to run because he's not throwing it today. Jaden Daniels under on yards.
Trey Hendrickson rushing. Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Okay, so you went over on the rush yards, Alan, correct? Yeah. Rush yards, 49.5. Okay. Cool.
That is a lot, but yeah, that's what he's been doing. Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah, I don't feel good about any of this. I'm cold.
I'm really interested to see how the Commanders perform. I mean, I think it's kind of unfortunate for them, I guess, that the Bengals are 0-2 because I think it could have been a really good read to how exactly good the Commanders are, if they are good at all. I think there's a chance that, if Jaden Daniels can just be somebody who's moving the ball, whether it be running or passing, like maybe they could be a surprise, like near 500 team. I said, I haven't had the opportunity to watch a lot of their games. And, today it's going to be a big opportunity. Primetime Monday Night Football. We'll see how the Heisman Trophy winner does.
Coming up next, Crosstalk. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper. Drive Guys coming up next. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown.
Can Mike Brown build on last season's Coach of the Year award? Can the Kings exceed 48 wins?
We will be better prepared to make the run that we expect to run come next playoff.
Tune into every Kings game this season on Sacktown Sports and sacktownsports.com.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Grainger. Students attend Girls State to join in an exercise in democracy. This participant was glad to be part of it.
Left or right, just participate. Participate in democracy. There'd be a lot more representation of women. It would help more people get up and exercise their voice.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions, made for every industry and backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
You've seen him on the roast of Tom Brady, and you've heard him host the #1 podcast in the world, Kill Tony. Now see Tony Hinchcliffe perform stand-up comedy live at the venue at Thunder Valley, Friday, October 11th. The man behind millions of views worldwide and countless sold-out shows brings his stand-up set to you, Tony Hinchcliffe. Critics call him a must-see. Don't miss this stand-up comedian, writer, podcast host, and professional wordsmith live in Sacramento. Tony Hinchcliffe. Get tickets at ThunderValleyResort.com.
Who's ready for some fun on Saturday? Country in the Park 2 takes over Heart Health Park at Cal Expo with Dierks Bentley, Harmony, Sasha, plus line dancing and a mechanical bull, axe throwing, pop-up clothing stores, and food trucks. Tickets start as low as $52 at CITPfest.com. Grab your family and join us for Country in the Park 2 this Saturday at Heart Health Park. More at CITPfest.com.
Brought to you by A&A Concrete Supply, Folsom Hotel, and Corval, California, Champaign.
When is the best time to buy a new air conditioning system? Right now with Bell Brothers end of summer clear-out sale. You'll get up to $2,700 off a top-of-the-line AC system. Plus, no payments or interest for 1 year for qualified buyers. Call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or go online to thenosurpriseguys.com because we only have a limited number of new top-of-the-line AC systems. And when they're gone, this offer is over. Need more info? Call us. Estimates and second opinions are always free. So call now for up to $2,700 off a new premium AC system. And no payments or interest for 1 year. Plus, if you call now, we'll throw in your choice of a free smart thermostat or indoor air purification system. But you have to call Bell Brothers now at 916-444-1234 or online at thenosurpriseguys.com. Remember, end of summer is the best time to buy and save on a new AC system. Thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
DC here, and if you've been thinking about a new car, you gotta see my friends at Folsom Lake Kia. You can always count on low payments and zero down deals with approved credit. Folsom Lake Kia, over 25 years, right here in Folsom.
Sacktown Sports. Check us out on YouTube. Search Sacktown Sports and subscribe.
Whitey Gleason joins us after a Sunday full of football. Niners unable to get it done, Whitey.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you, Al.
Why?
Oh. I had to actually turn you guys off today because of something you said.
What?
Even though Chris came in and counterbalanced, and then I turned you back on like 10 seconds later.
What? Like, can I guess?
Sure.
Was it the Ronnie Bell thing?
That was it. That made what you said about the beam seem reasonable.
What are you talking about?
I heard you saying, hey, let's not confuse Ronnie Bell's drop with Saquon Barkley's drop.
Sure.
And I heard Chris say, he is a wide receiver. I was like, yes. And then I had to turn it off. Like I said, turn it back on very quickly.
Whitey. I'm just saying there are levels of ducks, right? There's a level of miscues.
It hit him in both hands.
Yeah. It looked like he knocked it down. It did look like he was a
great coverage.
Great play.
Great coverage,
Even if he was a DB, I'd be saying, should have caught that.
Yes.
Knock it down. You got to catch that.
It looked like somebody threw the Hail Mary and, you're supposed to knock it down.
That's
what it looked like he was trying to do.
Yeah.
He actively pushed it into the floor.
He might get investigated.
He probably should, maybe a little Jonte Porter action going on there. 2 drops. I don't know. He's supposed to be a receiver.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't get it done, Whitey.
And did you guys have an explanation? I heard you talk about it, but I didn't hear an explanation as for why Brock Purdy didn't throw that seam route.
No, nobody knows.
Ayuk,
nobody knows.
Looked like he looked at him maybe even twice.
So
doesn't trust him.
I was gonna say there are.
I'm just being messy.
There are people that said if you watch Brock and he looked at him, it does do with this what you will. Looks like Brock made a decision. It wasn't a matter of him missing Ayuk. It was a matter of him making a decision not to.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe it's true, but that makes no sense.
It makes zero sense. I mean,
when he's uncovered, the seam route, when you hit him, it's like you probably saw Baldinger say, he said, you just throw it to a patch of grass, just throw it out there and you win the game.
Right. And then you have a team who a couple weeks ago, Whitey, Trent Williams and guys were saying this team is better than last year's team. And now 2 weeks, 3 weeks later, the special teams stink and defense stinks.
Yeah.
What happened?
Steve Wilkes' fault.
That's right. That's what I keep saying.
Darn Steve Wilkes.
That's what the zero blitz.
Steve Wilkes hangover.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is that bad? It's still affecting
the stench is still in the building.
What you got? I'm just curious too with the Brandon Ayuk thing. Did you guys think? I don't know if you saw like him get shoved on the last play of the game.
Yeah.
Like people maybe tried to make it out.
Yeah.
You guys didn't think that was anything, right?
Ridiculous. Even if you can't say it.
People, and for reference, people are saying that on that lateral hook and lateral play, the last play of the game, Brandon Ayuk essentially got shoved into the turf as he was trying to dive for the ball, I believe it was, and a Rams defender came and pretty much launched his shoulder into his back, and it definitely looked nasty, but I didn't think it was something where it should have been flagged, and I think potentially the Niners could have had an opportunity to have a free play.
Or to kick a field goal or try something. I look at that very similar to end of the game, getting fouled on a half court heave.
Right. Or calling pass interference or something on a Hail Mary.
Exactly. It's just not going to happen.
Calling pass interference on the end zone against the Chiefs with 4 minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
It's just not going to happen.
I thought the 49ers almost, and I'm not making excuses or anything, they almost pulled that off.
The last play?
Yeah,
oh my gosh. No.
Wow, they got a shot at. Oh, no, they
didn't. It was about 2.5 seconds there where I was like, I think they're just going to run this ball into the end zone and figure it out.
Yeah, that would have been, I mean, for the Rams, a disaster.
Oh
but
my gosh.
I mean,
oh my gosh.
Funny enough, it would have made more set. It would have been the most random game ever. But the Niners probably deserve to win that game more.
I think so.
So yeah, Rams Niners divisional game. There's always something. And the Seahawks sitting at 3-0, Whitey, and Chris and I will do more fraud watch tomorrow. But from the Seahawks to the Steelers, both teams, the 3-0 teams, even the Chiefs with that tiny margin of victory. The NFC South has come back to earth with the Bucks and the Saints losing.
So you guys have your own fraud squad you're putting together, huh?
Putting together.
Yes.
It's coming together. So.
Yes. Yeah. Anybody who is actually impressing you right now, Whitey? I guess besides the Chiefs.
No, you with your sorry Ronnie Bell takes.
I just said it. Go ahead.
Say the V word.
Yeah, absolutely. And good news on Sam Darnold today for the Vikings.
That's right.
Vikings.
My football
big
picks
injury
have been
there.
Not good this year, but I did I not say Minnesota
You
was going to
did.
be
You were telling
better
me to feel better.
Yeah.
Feel better than I was.
Yeah. So
I just
they're
didn't think it was
impressive.
going to happen. But I'm starting, you know what? I will tell you, I'm starting to believe. I'm not fully in yet. I can't dive into the pool completely, but Sunday made me a believer that this team definitely is at the least going to make some noise, and they'll be in the playoff race. I'm not 100% certain that this winning is just going to continue and look great the entirety of the season, but so far the Vikings at least I think I'm confident in saying they've been the most impressive team so far, especially with the Saints losing this week.
And I don't know if I'd say they impress me, but I have to feel like the Jets got to feel good right now because they're through that stretch of they have 3 games in 11 days or whatever it was.
Right.
They made it through that, and they're in decent shape.
Yeah, if the Jags, who are kind of up against it themselves, if they find a way to beat the Bills tonight, the Dolphins, they're cooked, right? I don't know if it's going to be Tyler Huntley. Skylar Thompson went down. So if the Bills, whether they win or lose, but especially if they lose, the Jets would be feeling even better. Whitey, got to ask you this as we talk about the black, not as much as about the black and silver, but kind of as it pertains to Andy Dalton and Bryce Young. People are saying Bryce Young should put his home for sale. Do you think what Andy Dalton did packed Bryce Young's bags for him?
That's a tough one for the organization to do that so soon. Clearly, Andy Dalton right now is light years better than Bryce Young, right? Which says a lot. But at the same time, you just made the guy the number 1 pick. If you want to move off of him now, you're going to get like a 5th rounder or something for him down the road.
Well, apparently Jay Glazer before the game said 4 teams, and we can even try to guess who the 4. I have no clue. You got to think the Dolphins may have been a team. The Dolphins and a couple other teams that were interested, but that was before the game.
Yeah,
I'm wondering now if those same 4 teams, if they said, "Oh, the Dolphins turned the Panthers turned it down," would the Panthers be calling them, "Hey, you still want Bryce Young?" And they're thinking, "No, now that you guys are basically this was, hey, does the team stink or does Bryce Young stink?" That's how much people are simplifying it. I don't know if it's that simple, but it was a bad look, Whitey. And if it's even a close game against the Bengals, he's done. He's done.
You remember how long it took your beloved Kings to move off of Marvin Bagley?
Too long.
Yeah, but they were, they kept doubling down because they were, as an organization, committed to him. And I think Carolina's in a similar spot, especially given that he was a number 1 pick, at least now, given what you'd get back for him.
Yeah, even just from a confidence standpoint, and I saw a video of him talking with Andy Dalton, during the game on the sideline, but it was 36-15, something like that. And I could just tell he's trying to stay confident. But you go in the locker room, Whitey, and everybody. This is the worst case scenario for Bryce Young. Everyone's having a good time. First W for the head coach. Everyone's just enjoying themselves, and Bryce Young is thinking, maybe I do stink. Maybe I do stink.
Hopefully he realizes I have stunk. So what am I going to do about it?
Yeah. Yeah. Also, the one and the only Vlade Divac. Did you see this on the Luca decision? I just wish, just let it go, like Frozen. Just let it go.
I see what he's saying, and I know people get really mad when I say that.
Me.
The issue is he should never, if you're not going to draft Luca, should have drafted someone else, should have done something else. Yeah, but as far as, I'm not convinced Fox and Luca can play together or could. So I think in that sense, maybe he was right, maybe, but he still made a horrible pick just by taking Bagley. But no, most people I think feel like Chris is like, no, that was just stupid. Should have taken Luca. But other teams passed on him too.
They sure did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious. What do you guys think about, it's something me and Alan talked about. I think we might've talked about it actually off air, but there's been a ton of upsets this year in the NFL. I'm looking, Ben Fox here has NFL underdogs of 5.5 points are now 13-2 against the spread with 9 outright wins, 4-0 today. Yesterday in the games, the 4 biggest favorites all lost straight up outright. What do you think that is? Do you think it's just the fact that it is early in the season and maybe we had a bad read on these teams? Do you think it's early in the season and so even the best teams aren't quite, throwing their 105-mile-per-hour fastball? Or what exactly do you attribute the underdogs seemingly not being such underdogs?
I think everyone's more, and I think we talked about
this
last week,
we did,
towards the middle than it looks like. And we're so anxious to say this team's good, that team's bad.
Right.
And with few exceptions, all pretty much in that mishmash middle.
Yeah, and I think it's all connected to the only most important position in sports. It's the quarterback
Long
play.
snapper.
There you go.
Say more pepper, man.
If the quarterbacks aren't elite, right, or if they're not a lot of elite quarterbacks,
sure. The separation
and the the parity is not going to be as great as we've seen in the past. I mean, Mahomes, they love to just kind of hang around. They've never, these last couple years, are just going to hang around, do their thing. So they're probably the best team. Normally, the boat racing team has been the Niners, and the Niners are banged up. So without the Niners being that boat racing team, you had the Bills, who they were the electric team. They move on, they move on from Stephon Diggs. They got a rookie wide receiver, Keon Coleman. They're changing things up. The Dolphins really have been that electric team, but they lost their quarterback. So there's nobody really out there that
the Chiefs are obviously, they're a tremendous team, but they also in some ways, to me, seem to be built for this chaotic environment.
Yeah.
Where the games are so close, because they get the ball at the end, there's a really good chance they're either going to score a touchdown or, I know
they're really good at backyard football.
Yeah. And their kicker has a strong leg. I know he's been a little shaky lately, but it's almost like, they're an excellent team, but they're also built for this type of who's going to get the ball at the end.
Yeah.
Well, if they get it, there's a good chance they're going to win.
You guys know who the biggest favorite this weekend is? Niners. 10.5 over the Patriots.
I think 10.5. 10.5. No, there's no way. There's no way.
Look,
what if you get Kittle back?
Look, then it moves up. Then it only goes to 12.
There's no 10.5.
Look, man, underdogs. They've been killing it this year. I mean, if there's ever going to be a year, no one would have thought the Raiders would beat the Ravens.
You said last week, and I was with you, so I'm not making fun of you. You said, the Jets will beat the Patriots, but the Patriots will cover.
I thought they would.
I did too.
I thought they would. And you know what? Well, and that's the other thing. The Raiders, I mean, is it crazy to say that if you're the Raiders, that it was so obvious it was a letdown game? Is it possible to just flush it? Is it, hey, it had a letdown game written all over it. We tried to fight through it. We couldn't fight through it. Let's just get it over with. Right. You take a test and you're not really sure of certain answers. Let's just get those over with and work on what we can work on.
Sure.
Is it possible?
Maybe if it wasn't 36-4 at one point or whatever.
You just got red rifled.
You did.
Yeah.
You did. He looked
good. It's the nature of the game right now. You have to bounce back. It's probably going to happen again at some point.
Well, and you have it's the battle of the what's going on. You have the Browns next week with Deshaun Watson versus the Raiders, and whether it'll be mustache Minshew or AOC, they gotta figure it out. Like the Raiders in that one early. Niners talk coming up as well with the one, the only YD Gleason. Kyle Draper is back. Where is he? Can't find him. The Drive guys coming up next with Jay Johnson, taking you through the rest of your day. This has been the Stiles and Watkins show. I don't know why I said it like that, but congrats to our winners. Congrats to our sack chatters. Everybody, secure the bag. Like to be.
The NFL's leading rusher plays here.
A handoff to McCaffrey.